that you can hear me loud and clear. To start our program, let us put ourselves to the holy presence of our Lord Jesus Christ. Dear God, thank you for all the blessings you have bestowed upon us. We are truly grateful for them. Thank you for allowing us today to meet and share our knowledge and time with one another in this training. May you extend your divine wisdom to our speaker so that he would be able to impart effectively his God-given knowledge to all of us. May he be blessed as he continue to bring his expertise to people who need them. Bless the participants as well so that they would be able to glean the vital information from this activity. May you bestow your blessings after this training so that we may go out and spread what we learned in the spirit of your love and generosity. May we realize that this activity should glorify your name. In Jesus' name, amen. Once again, a pleasant morning to everyone and welcome to the fourth day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Republic Act number 9184 and its revised implementing rules and regulations, brought to you by the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. I am Janelle de la Cruz of the Capacity Development Division, and I will be your host for today's virtual activity. Before we start in today's session, we want us to warm up first. So, according to a study, instituting workplace stretching and warm up promotes health, safety, and team culture. So before we start our lecture proper, I believe that all of us should also needs to do the same thing. To regenerate our energy, have an active participation and presence of mind. So with that, we've prepared a warm-up that can be done even while you're on your seats. All you have to do is to groove and move by the video that will be flashed on your screen. So now, let's do it. May I request everyone to open their cameras?
All right, this was nice and fun. We had fun putting it together. I have Nishi here with me. Let's go. Tap. Clap, clap. Open. Good. All right, this was nice and fun. We had fun putting it together. I have Nishi here with me. Let's go. Tap. Clap, clap. Open. Good. All right, we're going to keep the hands the same. We're going to change the feet. Take it out. 4. Good. Open. All right. We're going to have us change here. Rock. Good. Up, then down. Rock. Up, down. Shine. Good. Nice and smooth. Rock it out. And up. We're going to start from the top. Good. Once again, we're going to change that leg motion to open and close. Open. Good. Nice and strong. it out. Take it up. Up and down. Rock. Good. Shine. Rock it out. Up. We're going to have a change here. Roll it over. Yep. Good. Roll. Shine. Rock it out. Good. Here we go. Stop it. Pep. Stomp that foot. Keep it going. All right, we're going to have that gentle sway from the top. Good. Nice and easy. We're going to let it shine up and over. 4, 3. Back to the hook. Rock it out. And up and down. Good. Shine it out. Rock it out. Roll it over. Good. 2 more. Shine. Rock it out. Woo! Awesome.
Ayan, thank you so much for joining us today. So with that, I hope all of us a good stretch this Thursday morning. Before we proceed, I will give you just a quick recap for yesterday's learning session. We have a meaningful and productive lecture with Attorney Gerard Chan on the discussion about the key concepts of the bidding procedures for the procurement of goods and services, infrastructure projects, and consulting services in compliance with RA number 9184 and its 2016 revised IRR. Moving on, before we dive to the program proper, let me give you an overview of the program of activities for the 4th day of our online training on government procurement. For today's activity, I am particularly excited because we will be tackling about the alternative methods of procurement. Further, to make our discussions even more exciting, we would like to remind all participants that we shall be conducting another series of knowledge checks in this online training, wherein our Zoom participants shall participate through poll, which shall be later flashed in your screen. We look forward to everyone's participation for today. So as promised, before we proceed to our program, we will be giving special tokens to our 2 early bird participants who has first entered the waiting room of the Zoom platform almost an hour before our program. So upon verification and validation of our technical team, we would like to announce our first early bird participant from Local Government Unit of Northern Kabuntalan, Mr. Mama T. Kiakan. Congratulations, sir. And our second early bird is from Local Government Unit San Luis, Batangas, Miss Maria Isabel M. Mirano. Congratulations, ma'am. Our event secretariat shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special tokens. Another reminder, we would like to remind again our Zoom participants to please register to the online training management system of the GPPB TSO by visiting the link and using the control number emailed to you by our event secretariat. We would also like to remind the participants to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance sheet through Google Forms by visiting the link shared to you by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat box. Rest assured that all information gathered for this online training shall be treated with utmost confidentiality consistent with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act. All right, let us now move on to the lecture proper for the topic of this online training. With that, allow me to introduce our resource speaker this morning. It is my pleasure to introduce to you today's resource speaker. He is an expert on public financial management with almost 40 years of continuous service in the Department of Budget and Management, from the central office to the regional offices. Expertly trained on government budgeting, including public expenditure management, public policy, and the budgeting process in the national government and local government units. He is also an expert trainer on the Government Procurement Reform Act and its revised IRR, as well as on local government budgeting. He obtained his Bachelor in Science and Commerce in University of Nueva Cáceres, Naga City in 1978. He also obtained a master's degree in National Security Administration at the National Defense College of the Philippines in 1997 with honors. Joining us today is the Regional Director of the Department of Budget and Management Regional Office, 5, and a GPPB recognized trainer. Please welcome Director Renato M. De Vera.
Thank you very much, Janelle. Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga po. Well, from Bicol, Diyos maray na aga sa Indogabos. I was looking at the participants in today's activity where past 50.
Makarturon na ko rin pabata di ko na COVID.
Ayan, kababayan ko yan. We have participants from northern part of the country. Kaya po, hayaan yung batiin ko kayo na imbag na adlaw sa inyo. We have from Kapampangan, so Mayapayabak. And of course, from the Southern Tagalog, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. At from the Visayas, maayong aga, maayong buntag sa inyong tanan. And we have from Kabuntalan, hindi ko alam kung anong salita doon. Let me just greet everyone. Wassalamualaikum. At kung meron tayo from Zamboanga, Buenos Dias. So yan po, from Bicol, Diyos maray na aga po sa Indogabos. So let me start by sharing my presentation in today's activity, which is a discussion on the alternative methods of procurement. By the way, malinaw ho ba? Naririnig nyo ako kahit naka-face mask po ako? Okay lang ho ba? Pwede ko bang makita yung thumbs up ninyo kung malinaw? I have to wear a face mask because I am in a private, in a public place. Makita nyo naman siguro sa background because of the change in the schedule, it has conflict with my prior commitment. So I have to do this in public because sabi ko makinig na lang sila in my discussion in public. So do I see? I don't see any thumbs up or what? Maybe I can hear sound off from any of the participants. If you can hear me clearly, clearly po. Malinaw ho ba sa inyo? What about
clear,
PTSO?
sir.
Yes, sir. Clear po.
Yes po.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so without much ado, let me proceed with my topic for today. I think your favorite, the alternative methods of procurement. But of course, we cannot blame you if the alternative methods of procurement is your favorite, despite the fact that we have a default procurement method. But at the end of this activity or module, we do hope, I do hope, TSO do hope that you'd be able to identify and differentiate the various alternative methods of procurement. Okay, so I think for most probably, you know pretty well the different alternative methods of procurement. And of course, appropriately use the alternative methods of procurement based on the prescribed conditions, procedures, and requirements. And it is very important for everyone because, of course, even if the alternative methods of procurement is your favorite, there are prescribed conditions, there are prescribed procedures, there are prescribed requirements for you to be able to use the alternative methods of procurement. So I do hope that I'd be able to clarify with you the specific conditions for each one, the number of conditions that you have to satisfy for each of the alternative methods of procurement. And of course, as far as procedure is concerned, a simplified, a shorter procedure as compared with the standard bidding procedure, which was discussed with you yesterday morning. So the presentation, it just covers two parts. We start with the general guidelines because it's very important for us to be grounded on the basic requirements as far as the alternative methods of procurement is concerned. And second, and of course, very important, the conditions, the procedures, and the documentary requirements in the use of the alternative methods of procurement. So let me start with the general guidelines. Makikita po ninyo yung general guidelines if you look at the IRR, the 2016 revised IRR. You go to Annex H of the IRR, makikita po natin almost basically nandyan po yung mga general guidelines. Some of the guidelines are not there. You can see them when you go through sections 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54 of the IRR. So at any rate, let me just give you what are the general guidelines. So of course, yung default po natin. Ano ba yung default? Of course, nalaman nyo na ito sa Procurement 101 yesterday in the standard bidding procedure. Again, binigyan po ng diin ito that procuring entities shall adopt competitive bidding as a general mode of procurement. So why? Because of course, Section 10 of the law provides that all procurement shall be done through competitive bidding. Although there is an exception, and the exception is the use of the alternative methods of procurement. But take note, the use of the alternative methods of procurement shall be resorted to only, take note of that, only in the following instances, in highly exceptional cases. So, alternative methods of procurement is an exception, but it's not just a simple exception. It has to be resorted to only in highly exceptional cases. And when we resort to the alternative methods of procurement, make sure that it will still promote economy. Of course, you get the most advantageous price for the government, and efficiency. Mahirap naman na nag-alternative methods of procurement kayo, pero hindi kayo efficient, tumatagal. Yung inyong post-qualification, ang haba. Di ba? Pinapatamaan ako dito. May participants kasi ako rito. Then, of course, and the more important or the most important of these three is justified by the conditions specified in the IRR of RA 9184. So there are conditions and they are identified in the IRR of RA 9184, and we will go through these conditions one by one. Okay, so I hope malinaw po sa atin yan. Very important that you can only resort to the alternative methods of procurement under these following conditions. Okay? Okay, so and of course, procurement planning, procurement 101, nire-remind ulit tayo ngayon dito that no procurement shall be undertaken, including alternative methods of procurement, unless it is in accordance with the approved annual procurement plan. So before you start your procurement, you have to make sure that you already that your project that you are going to procure, even through the alternative methods of procurement, is included in the approved annual procurement plan. Because if it is not included in the approved annual procurement plan, then under the rule, under Section 7 of the law, you cannot proceed with the procurement. Because if you proceed with the procurement, you are violating the law because it is a provision of law. Okay. What if, you may ask, what if the method of procurement, we have an APP, the project is in the APP, however, the method of procurement as indicated in the approved APP is public bidding. And now, because there's a calamity, we are resorting to the alternative methods of procurement. Do we have to change the APP immediately? Can we proceed with the procurement even if the method of procurement as indicated in the APP is public bidding, and we want to do it through negotiated procurement due to two-fail bidding, for example, or negotiated procurement emergency cases? You may change the APP, but not necessarily right away. You can do it by, of course, the back, preparing a back resolution, recommending the change of method of procurement from public bidding to the alternative methods of procurement, of course, with the justification. And once approved by the HOPE, yung back resolution, you can proceed with the procurement through the alternative methods of procurement. The adjustment or the updating or the modification of the APP can be done later on. Okay po. So I hope that that is clear to us. Okay, so yan po, nakalagay po diyan yung mode of procurement. Okay. Another very important reminder and general guidelines to all of us is the prohibition on splitting of government contracts. What is splitting of government contracts? You can see that in section 54.1 of the IRR, and the definition, and the definition is before you now. It states that it is the division or breaking up of government contracts into smaller quantities. So chinachap natin yung isang kontrata into smaller quantities and or amounts, or dividing the contract implementation. Dito naman yung implementation into artificial phases. Hindi naman masama po yung mag-divide into phases, but in this particular case, which is considered splitting of contract, you divide it into artificial phases or subcontracts. What is the purpose of doing that? For the purpose of evading or circumventing the requirements of procurement rules or the requirement of public bidding. So ang splitting of government contract is look at on the purpose. Ano ba, bakit mo ginagawa yon? So tinatanong kayo, bakit mo ginawa yon? Kung ang purpose ninyo ay para iwasan, i-evade yung requirements of public bidding or the requirements or the rules and procedures as far as procurement is concerned, to go around that, then that could be considered splitting of government contracts. However, the mere act of dividing a contract into smaller quantities or phases does not automatically constitute splitting of contracts. Because again, you look at it at the purpose. The purpose is you want to avoid, you want to evade the requirements, particularly of public bidding. Also, if you divide contract into lots, okay, of course that is allowed. So that is authorized. Yung dividing contracts into lots, into several lots, and the award of contract is on per lot basis. So of course ang purpose nito is not to evade or circumvent the requirement, but to attract the maximum competition, and of course, make sure that we still follow the provisions of RA 9184 and the IRR as far as dividing contracts into lots. So mayroon pong resolution dyan, ang GPPB, as to the guidelines on breaking up of contracts into slots and award of contract per lot. So bawat lot dapat may separate approved budget for the contract. So there are guidelines for that, which of course I will not be able to discuss with you right now. Another general guidelines, and again, ito po ay reiteration lang, is on the prohibition on the reference to brand name. So ano po yung sinasabi? Sinasabi po ng Section 18 ng ating pong batas at ng ating IRR, reference to brand name shall not be allowed, okay, for the procurement of goods, including the goods component of infrastructure projects and the goods component of consulting services. Kasi of course, we know that yung brand name ay sa mga goods yan. So bawal yan sa procurement of goods, but bawal din sa procurement of infra with reference to the goods component in the procurement of infra. Bawal din siya sa consulting services kung yung component ng consulting services na may goods, maglalagay po tayo ng brand name. Meron bang exception dito sa pagbabawal na ito? Meron po. At nakalagay po yan sa ating IRR. Ito po yung except for items or parts that are compatible with the existing fleet or equipment of the same make and brand, and that will maintain the performance, functionality, and useful life of the equipment. In other words, exempted po sa reference to brand name kung ang binibili niyo po ay parts or components yan or items na dapat compatible sa gagamitin po natin sa meron na tayong existing equipment or existing fleet, motor vehicle for example. Meron kayong piyesa na papalitan, then you can put the brand name for the parts because you have a motor vehicle na may brand name na. So allowed po yon. Okay? So and of course, why are you doing that? Although pwede namang hindi, kaya lang ang purpose natin, we want to put the appropriate brand for parts for that particular equipment or fleet that will already have to maintain the performance, the functionality, and the useful life of that particular equipment, that particular vehicle, that particular item that we already have in our procuring entity. Another, and this is applicable only for the alternative methods of procurement and only for specific alternative methods of procurement, delegation of authority. So, ang trabaho po kasi dapat sa pagpo-procure basically is lodged with the bids and awards committee. Trabaho yan ng BAC. However, the following may be delegated. Kanino pwedeng i-delegate ito? Sa end user unit or any other appropriate bureau, committee, or unit duly authorized by the BAC. So ang nagdi-delegate dito ay ang Bids and Awards Committee because otherwise kung hindi nila i-delegate, trabaho po nila yan. So paano i-delegate ng BAC? Through a BAC resolution subject to the approval by the HOPE. Ano po yung mga alternative methods of procurement ang maaaring i-delegate lamang ng BAC? We have shopping 52.1A and B. Ito po yung shopping A and shopping B. Mamaya, i-discuss po natin yung dalawa na yan. So both kinds of shopping could be delegated. Pangalawa, negotiated procurement emergency cases. Yan. Pangatlo, so lahat na ito nasa negotiated procurement. Emergency cases, small value procurement. Maaari din siyang i-delegate. List of real property and venue. And at panghuli, yung direct retail purchase of poll and airline tickets. So dito lamang po sa 5 na ito, limited yung maaaring i-delegate ng BAC yung kanyang responsibility. Kanino nga? Either to an end user unit or any other. Okay? Nasa inyo pong procuring entity kung sino ang napupusuan, pwede natin sabihin ng BAC na maaaring may kapasidad na mag-implement ng kanyang function. A bureau, a committee, or any other authorized unit authorized by the BAC and approved by the HOPE. Okay. So another very important guidelines pagdating po sa alternative methods of procurement is PhilJEP's registration. Okay. Take note that this is different from the requirement sa public bidding, because in public bidding, of course, required din po ang registration, PhilJEP's registration. However, in this particular case, bidders are mandated to register with the PhilJEP's and provide PhilJEP's registration number. And highlighted dito as a condition for award. Okay. Take note. Okay. Some of us complaints. Hirapan kami makakuha ng quotation dahil wala naman silang PhilJEP's registration na platinum. Pagkatapos, nahihirapan din kayo kasi kinukondisyon ninyo doon pa lamang sa pagkuha nyo ng quotation, hinahanap nyo na. Hindi lang yung number, pati yung certificate. So there are two things here. Ang kailangan is PhilJEP's registration number and even as a condition for award. In other words, at the time that you get the quotation, you do not have to ask for that number because you can get this as a condition for award. Meaning, isasubject nyo siya. Okay, ikaw ang lowest calculated responsive quotation. However, wala ka pang PhilJEP's registration number. For us to be able to award to you, give us the registration number. Otherwise, we will disqualify you and proceed to the second lowest calculated quotation and post-qualify to determine kung siya po ay responsive. So, makikita po natin dito, hindi masyado pong mahigpit yung requirement ng ating pong IRR. So, PhilJEP's registration number. Sino ba ang makakapagbigay ng PhilJEP's registration number? Of course, yung pong nag-register na platinum, meron din po silang number. Pero of course, in this particular case, you are not even asking for the certificate. We are asking just for the number, and they can provide the number. The second, and this is the more important thing, yung ibang mga supplier natin sa ating locality, baka hindi po sila nag-register na platinum kasi meron pong bayad yon. Meron pong registration na walang bayad sa PhilJEP's, magre-register sila sa PhilJEP's at makakakuha po sila ng PhilJEP's registration number. And it's very important for us to explain to them because there are suppliers that are hesitant to register with the PhilJEP's because of siguro yung babayaran nila na fee. Pwede ninyong sabihin po sa kanila, hindi, pwede namang hindi kayo magbayad. And of course, some of you can teach them how to register. Wala pong masama doon if you assist them in the registration process. Wala pong conflict of interest doon. Because of course, the government wants all suppliers as much as possible to be able to benefit also from the procurement of the government. And assisting them in the registration does not constitute conflict of interest. So what are the alternative methods of procurement na kailangan po ang PhilJEP's registration number? Ito lang po yung hihingin ninyo. Doon po sa inyong request for quotation, ilalagay nyo po doon. Hindi po yung PhilJEP's certificate of registration na platinum, ilalagay nyo po doon yung PhilJEP's registration number ang requirement natin. Ano po yan? Direct contracting, Shopping 52.1B. Ito po yung Shopping B. Ano po yung Shopping B? ito po yung procurement of ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment not available from the PSDBM. So may threshold po yan. Mamaya di-discuss po natin yan. Then sa negotiated procurement, yung takeover of contracts. So registration number lang po dyan. Small value procurement. Okay? List of real property and venue. Yung scientific, scholarly, or artistic work, exclusive technology and media services. Isa pong bagong modality sa negotiated procurement ito. Although hindi na masyadong bago. And of course, highly technical consultants. Okay. What about the other alternative methods of procurement? You may not even require the registration number. Although doon po sa negotiated procurement due to two-failed bidding, kailangan po yung platinum certificate of registration. Meron din po tayo yung limited source bidding. Mamaya di-discuss po natin. But yung common po na modality po ninyo, shopping B, small value procurement, yan. Ang hinihingi lang po ay PhilJEP's registration number. Another very important guideline din po sa atin ay kailangan ba mag-advertise kami o mag-post kami sa alternative methods sa procurement? So ito po yun. Dito po ay sinasabi, for alternative methods of procurement, the procuring entity may dispense with advertisement in newspaper and posting requirement as prescribed in Section 21.2.1 of the IRR. Of course, sa ating pong bagong IRR, meron po doong sunset provision, particularly sa public bidding. Kung sa public bidding ay wala na pong requirement for newspaper advertisement, ganon din po sa atin sa alternative methods of procurement. So, ang kailangan na lang po ay posting. Okay. Pero, hindi lahat po ng alternative methods of procurement natin ay kailangan din ng posting. So, dito lamang sa mga sumusunod na ito, ang kailangan, ang mag-post po ang through the back secretariat. Ano pong mga alternative methods ang kailangan ng posting? Limited source bidding, shopping B, yung 52B or 52.1B. Okay? Doon sa shopping A, hindi po kailangan ang posting doon. So if you will, you are taking note of the different alternative methods of procurement, there are alternative methods of procurement na hindi dito na-mention. In other words, hindi kailangan ng posting doon. Anong example? Direct contracting, repeat order, di ba? Eh pagdating sa negotiated procurement, meron tayong 14 na iba-ibang klase ng negotiated procurement. Ang na-mention lang dito ay 3. 2 failed biddings, small value procurement, pero yung above 50,000. Even yung shopping B, ito pong nauna, above 50,000 lang po ang kailangang posting po dito. Yung ABC nyo above 50,000. So small value, above 50,000 din. And of course, yung NGO participation. All other negotiated procurement, you do not even have to post. Okay? But ay pinost namin. Ay okay lang po yun kung pinost ninyo. Pero it's not a requirement. But take note, I'm referring here to the posting of procurement opportunity. Posting of award is a different thing. Okay, mamaya pag-usapan po natin siya. Gaano kahaba yung pagpo-post po ninyo? Ay at least 3 calendar days. So, hindi bababa sa 3 calendar days. Sa public bidding, 7 calendar days. Saan dapat nyo i-post? Sa website ng PhilJEPs, sa website ninyo kung meron po kayong website. Kung wala, then wala na yan. And conspicuous place in the premises of the procuring entity. Okay, so I hope malinaw po sa atin yan. Bakit hindi kailangan yung posting ng iba? We don't want naman na ma-overload po yung PhilJEPs ng too many information. Although that is information, for all intents and purposes, information po yan. Pero hindi po necessary for the other alternative methods of procurement na i-post po yung opportunity. Why? Because ang procurement nyo po doon ay direct na. Diretso na po kayong nakikipagkontrata sa legally, technically, and financially capable supplier, contractor, or consultant, as the case may be. So, why post? If the rules, the conditions allow for you to make a direct negotiation or a direct purchase from your supplier na legally, technically, and financially capable. Okay, so yan po. I hope malinaw po tayo dyan. And so the purpose really of the posting is transparency. Aside from the fact that, aside from transparency, of course, yung mga opportunity ay para makakuha po tayo. That's part of competition for us to be able to get as much as possible enough number of quotations that would be advantageous for the government. Lately po, ang GPPB ay nag-issue po ng circular 01-2021. This is just a reminder to us because, you know, we might forget the required posting, again, for principle of transparency. So all procuring entities are reminded of the transparency and accountability 9184 and its 2016 IRR. Of course, hindi lamang po dyan. We have the General Appropriations Act. The general provisions also prescribe and mandate the posting requirement. There are resolutions issued by the GPPB, including po administrative issuances. So ano po yung sinasabi dito sa circular na ito? And but this is for the executive department. So ang participants po natin ay from the local government units, but for purposes of information, nire-require ang executive department, lahat po ng mga ahensya under the executive department na i-post din ang kanilang invitation or request for quotation or request for proposal or request for submission of quotations. Saan? Sa PhilJeps. Of course, alam na natin yan. And their official website. Okay, alam na natin yan. And social media platform. So kung meron pong mga social media platforms, sila, Facebook, ano pa, Twitter, yan, mga ganon. Instagram, kung meron mga ganon. Required po sila na i-post doon yung kanila din pong mga opportunity na ito na sinasabi. Again, the reason for this is not only transparency but to reach as wide to catch the net, di ba? So to speak, to catch the net to ano ba yung tawag diyan? To kalimutan ko tuloy yung di ba yung mangingisda ka, itatapon mo yung net para marami kang makuhang mga isda. Yan. So alam niya naman na po siguro yon. Yung aking tinuringan na yan. Okay. So another po sa general guidelines natin. So sa guidelines pa lang makikita natin na marami pala kayo dapat alalahanin or intindihin. And of course, take into consideration. Kahit na alternative methods of procurement po ang ginagawa natin, that the procuring entity has to make sure that the most advantageous price for the government is obtained. Yan. Dapat yung most advantageous price pa rin ang makukuha po natin. And the procuring entity shall ensure that the objectives, the purpose of the contract do not constitute unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable expenditure. Kasi po, pag ganun po, yung mga masyadong magarbo, masyadong maluho, di ba? Na na mga requirements po natin. Baka yung inyong specification na sobrang luho na napakamahal naman, it could constitute unconscionable expenditure. It could constitute extravagant expenditure or excessive and may not be necessary. Therefore, ito po yung titingnan ng ating pong Commission on Audit sa inyo. Babantayan po yan. O, most advantageous naman sa mga napakamahal. O, yes, most advantageous, pero sa napakamahal naman ng mga presyo na yan. Again, that would be. Wala dito kayo makita yung illegal. But of course, illegal na nga yun. Talaga namang dapat hindi mangyari yun. Kaya nga po, meron tayo nitong training para yung procurement nyo ay legal, hindi illegal. Okay, so yung another, ito na po yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung posting ng award. So you have to differentiate the posting ng opportunity. Okay, very limited lang po yung posting opportunity, pero po yung posting ng award, required po yan. Okay, so the notice of award, the contract or the PO, including the notice to proceed, if necessary, na kailangan mag-issue kayo ng notice to proceed, shall be posted within 10 days from the issuance. Okay? Saan dapat ipopost ito? So take note, back and the back secretariat, dapat ipopost po natin. Baka akala niyo, ay exempted na sa posting yung opportunity. Exempted na rin ang award. Hindi po. Kung exempted siya sa opportunity, hindi po siya exempted sa award. Except for contracts in the case of shopping and small value, 50,000 and below, hindi din kailangan ng posting ng award. So, doon sa kailangan ng posting ng award, saan po niyo ipopost? Sa PhilJAB's website, sa website ninyo kung meron, at conspicuous place in the premises of the procuring entity. So I hope clear po sa atin yan. Okay, then another talagang bubugbugin po tayo that want us to the government wants us to be transparent in our transactions as far as procurement is concerned. So again, yung post award, after the award, ipopost po natin sa PhilJAB, sa website natin o yung transparency seal natin. At ito po yung bago po ito under GPPB Resolution 04-2021, which is also in GPPB Circular 01-2021, yung pagpo-post nga po sa social media platforms. Okay, so para po mas malinaw po sa atin, doon po sa circular ng GPPB 01-2021, meron na po tayong bawat document na ini-issue po natin with regards sa procurement, nakalagay po dyan kung saan kailangan ng posting. So for your invitation or request for quotation, posting sa PhilJAB's website, conspicuous place, or sa website ninyo kung meron kayo. Extension of the deadline in shopping. Ito po yung shopping B. Okay, dahil hindi kayo nakakakuha ng 3 quotation, so extend po kayo. So every time mag-extend po kayo, then magpo-post din po tayo dito po sa 3 na ito. Notice of award. Okay, contract or PO including notice to proceed. Again, except for contracts with ABC of 50,000 and below. In the case of shopping B and small value, posting din po dito sa 3. Notice of suspension of the conduct of procurement activity. So, issue po ang back dito na suspended yung procurement activity. Bago po itong provision na ito, or even terminate the procurement activity, ay posting po sa atin sa website. Okay, so yun po yung mga kailangan sa alternative methods of procurement. Okay, another general guideline po natin yung submission of the documentary requirements. So malinaw po sa atin na kahit sa alternative methods of procurement, meron po tayong mga documentary requirements. And we will discuss succeedingly ano yung mga documentary requirements na yon. So, pero dito po, sinasabi po dito, the back shall indicate in the request for quotation or the request for proposal at what stage of the procurement process to which the documentary requirements must be submitted. That is, okay, so ang BAC po ang may responsibility dito. Submission of offer, okay, evaluation of offer, or before issuance of notice of award. Kinas out ko na po dito yung or prior to payment, because if you have a copy of the 2016 revised IRR and you look at appendix A of Annex H of the IRR, makikita nyo pa po itong or prior to payment. Okay, however, sometime in 2017, the GPPB issued an amendment to this particular requirement. Tinanggal na po yung prior to payment. So what does this mean? Okay, so ang sinasabi po dito, ang BAC or kung sino man diniligata ng BAC, kung pasok po doon sa mga modality na na-mention po natin kanina na maaaring i-delegate, ilalagay po sa RFQ kung may documentary requirements kayong kinakailangan doon at ilalagay nyo po doon kung kailan dapat isubmit nung supplier halimbawa yung itong mga documentary requirements natin. So ilalagay ninyo upon submission ng kanyang offer, ng kanyang quotation, or after that during the evaluation of the offer or before issuance of notice of award. So sometimes halimbawa sa inyo, shopping B, requirements sa shopping B, 3 quotation. Hindi kayo nakakakuha ng 3 quotation. So extend kayo dahil kailangan 3 quotation diyan. Ang reason hindi kayo nakakakuha ng 3 quotation probably is because one of your requirements sa request for quotation is that PLGF's registration number i-submit na kaagad. Hindi pa siya register, di ba? So hindi siya makabigay ng quotation. Yun pala pinapayagan naman na kahit hindi pa siya registered, pwede siyang mag-submit ng quotation because yung registration number ay pwede nyo palang hingin before issuance of notice of award. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, sometimes tayo po ang nagpapahirap sa sarili natin because you do not review your requirements. Kung ano yan, yun na lang ng iyon. Pagkatapos palagi naman, kulang palagi yung quotation. And had you review your requirements, yun pala ay pwede naman palang hindi kaagad hingin. Pwede pala siyang as a condition for award. Okay, so I hope clear sa atin. This is not in Annex H, but this is an issuance by the GPPB under 09-2020 last year. And I think na-discuss na po ito sa inyo on efficient procurement during state of calamity and similar restrictions. But yun pong pagluluwag din sa submission ng mga procurement documents na hindi kailangang in person dadalhin po sa atin, pwede pong isubmit through email or fax. Okay? And of course, yung even prior to 2020, itong Resolution 09-2020, as early as 2018, nag-issue na po din ang GPPB ng resolution and circular on the use of video conferencing, webcasting, and similar technology in the conduct of meetings, determination of quorum, and of course yung paggamit ng digital signature. Okay. Sometimes yung ating mga procurement tumatagal kasi yung back chair ay gusto niya pipirma siya ng personal. Samantalang allowed naman pala yung digital signature. So para mabilis po yung transaction. So nire-remind po tayo dito sa resolution na ito, 09-2020, i-maximize po natin. Sabi ng GPPB, lalo na ngayon, mas mahirap ngayon because of quarantine, the movement of people, restrictions, and hanggang ngayon, may state of calamity tayo because yung state of national calamity po natin ay in-extend hanggang September until next year. So because of that, let's maximize yung pong video conferencing. And of course, yung cancellation, termination of procurement activities. So one added function na binigay po sa GPPB, this is a new section or subsection under Section 35. I think this is Section 35.6 ng ating IRR na maaari pong ang BAC mag-cancel or mag-terminate ng procurement activities upon consultation with the end user unit. So nandun po kung ano yung mga instances na maaari pong mag-terminate or mag-cancel ng procurement ang BAC. Okay? Just mga justifiable reason. Okay. So, Janelle, knowledge check muna tayo.
Yes, sir. At this point, we will be having our first knowledge check. So may we ask our participants to type in their answers to the Zoom chat box. The GPPB TSO will give another special token to the first participant who will answer the question correctly. So our first question is, the conduct of the following mode of procurement may be delegated to the end user unit or any other appropriate bureau, committee, or unit duly authorized by BAC through a resolution approved by the HOPE, except A. Lease of real property, B. Small value procurement, C. Two failed biddings, or D. Emergency procurement. So please type in your answers po sa Zoom chat box. Again, the conduct of the following mode of procurement may be delegated to the end user, unit, or any other appropriate bureau, committee, or unit duly authorized by the BAC through a resolution approved by the HOPE, except A. List of real property, B. Small value procurement, C. Two failed bidding, or D. Emergency procurement.
Marami po ang sumagot na two failed bidding. Tama po kayo, two failed bidding ang hindi po kasama sa maaaring i-delegate ng BAC na modality. So, list of real property, pwede po yan i-delegate ng BAC. Small value procurement, pwede po yan i-delegate ng BAC. At yung emergency cases under negotiated procurement. Okay, so at least marami po ang nakasagot ng tama. Okay, so let me continue. And we will now proceed to the second part of our discussion. Very important. Although important yun yung mga general guidelines po, wag niyo pong kalimutan yon. Ito naman po yung conditions, the procedures, the documentary requirements for the alternative methods of procurement. Okay, so ano po yung mga alternative methods of procurement? We have limited source bidding, we have direct contracting, we have repeat order, shopping, and then finally, negotiated procurement. So, iisa-isahin po natin ito. And of course, sa negotiated procurement, lahat ng klase ng negotiated procurement, iisa-isahin din po natin yan. Okay, let's start with limited source bidding. Maybe for most of you, hindi kayo familiar nito. Another name po ng limited source bidding ay selective bidding. May bidding pa din dito. If you will look at it, so may bidding siya. Bakit siya pasok sa alternative methods of procurement? Because unlike public bidding that you invite lahat ng interesado, dito po sa limited source bidding, ang ini-invite nyo lang selected. Okay? So identify nyo na yung mga iimbitahan sa bidding na gagawin ninyo. So ganun po siya, selective bidding, unlike yung public bidding. In other words, dahil selective bidding siya, the invitation is directly sent to a pre-selected suppliers or consultants. So meron na kayong hawak na selected na supplier. It has been pre-selected, okay? And you will send the invitation directly to them. Okay, so yan po yung limited source bidding na tinatawag. Maaari lamang po natin magamit itong limited source bidding sa procurement of goods and procurement of consulting services. Hindi po ito pwedeng gamitin sa procurement of infra. So, pwede pala sa goods. Kahit public bidding, instead na public bidding, limited source bidding. Hindi po automatic na ganon. Dahil isa po sa mga kondisyon, pagdating po sa goods, for example, ang pinoprocure po natin ay hindi ordinary goods. It has to be highly specialized type of equipment. Yan, highly specialized type of equipment. May example po sa ating pong IRR. If you look at section 49 ng ating IRR, mayroon pong list nakalagay doon. Example, like sophisticated defense equipment. Defense equipment na pero sophisticated pa. So mayroon pang qualification kung anong klaseng defense equipment. So ganun po yung nakalagay doon. Or nakalimutan ko yung may isa pa. Then may nakalagay doon coal. Yan. Uling. Pero hindi yung ordinary coal. Ito po yung mga coal na ginagamit sa coal-fired power plant natin. And of course, you do not just use ordinary coal doon. So highly specialized type of good. Sa atin nga po, yung sources ng coal, si Mirara halimbawa, pero mahinang klase yung coal. Kaya marami po ng coal na ini-import pa natin galing sa ibang bansa. Kasi yun po ay highly specialized. Okay, so sophisticated defense equipment, and I forgot the other one. Pero nandun po, may example po doon. So, mahirap po talagang gamitin po natin. So, titingnan po natin. And of course, kung consulting services, highly specialized types of consulting services naman. Okay. Another instance, although nakalagay po dito condition siya, another instance na maaari po nating magamit ang limited source bidding ay procurement of major plant component. So meron po kayong planta. Hindi po yung mga plantitas dito na plants. Dito po yung mga planta talagang tinatawag. For example, halimbawa yung sinabi ko kaninang coal-fired power plant. So planta po yon. Kung yung paano meron kaming planta ng yelo, bari bang ganon? Well, tingnan natin, meron bang major component ang plant ng yelo? So dito po ay tinitingnan major plant components. Of course, there is a condition there necessary to maintain yung functionality ng ating pong planta. So sa ating pong mga procuring entities, halos po wala pong very few, or you can count in your fingers the number of procuring entities that have resorted to limited source bidding. However, kung sa tingin ninyo ay meron kayong highly specialized types of good na maaring i-procure that would fall into this, meron pong procedure. Una, yung ipipreselect po yung supplier or consultant. So there is a pre-selection process. So paano yung pagpipreselect? Hindi po tulad ng eligibility, hindi po ito dating pre-qualification na ginagawa po natin bago yung RA 9184. Meron pong proseso yung pre-selection based on the capability and resources to perform the contract taking into account. So meron pong criteria sa selection process or the pre-selection process. Ito po yung criteria: experience and performance on similar contracts, personnel, equipment, manufacturing facilities, and financial position. So you will use this criteria in the pre-selection process. Okay? So, pwede pong kayo yon, kayo yung nagpi-pre-select. Pwede rin po yung pre-selection is done by another procuring entity. It is done by a relevant government procuring entity na hindi na kayo kailangan mag-pre-select. Meron na pong listahan ng mga pre-selected suppliers na maaari nyo po halimbawa or consultant na maaari nyo pong ma-access. At ito po, nakalagay dito sa website ng GPPB at ito pong nasa harapan po natin. Suppliers po ito, yung link. Okay? So, specific po ito. Sino ang nag-select dito? A relevant government agency na with relevant, when we say relevant, relevant doon sa particular procurement na pwedeng gagawin nyo po din. Okay? So, kung wala pong pre-selected suppliers for your particular procurement which you think would fall under limited source bidding, kayo na po yung relevant authority na magkakandak ng pre-selection process. So ganun po ang proseso dito po sa limited source bidding. So ito po yung inunahan ko siya. Ito po yung tanong, who prepares the pre-selected list of suppliers or consultants? So ang sagot po diyan, it is the relevant government agency, okay? Or government agency expert in the procurement. Kapag pumunta po kayo doon sa website na na-mention na kanina, I haven't gone through that website for almost a year now. But the last time I checked, makikita ko dyan, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, for example. Ano yung pinoprocure ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas? Hindi lang simple-simple. Ang pinoprocure po nila, halimbawa, nagpo-procure po sila ng mga kailangan nila sa pag-mint ng mga coins, for example. So, hindi naman tayo nag-mint ng coins, di ba? Diba? So, titingnan po natin yan. So, irrelevant agency expert in procurement. In the absence of a relevant government agency, you, as a procuring entity, through your back, with the assistance of the technical working group, kayo po ang magkakandak ng pre-selection process. Paano nga ba yung pre-selection process? Yung na-mention po natin kanina na criteria na gagamitin po natin at yung pumasa po doon sa criteria natin, gagawa po kayo ng listahan na yon at sila po yung iimbitahan ninyo directly. So yan po yung limited source bidding. Okay, so pero sa tingin ko po, kalimutan nyo na muna yan. Baka hindi papasok dyan yung mga procurement ninyo sa limited source bidding na yan. Meron po tayo direct contracting. Kung yung pong limited source bidding ay ang ini-invite natin ay selected supplier, selective bidding, dito po sa direct contracting, single source procurement na po ang isa sa mga pangalan nito. Bakit? Iisang source na lang. Hindi na po selective na iimbitahan natin, isang source na lang. Kaya nga po, direct contracting, diretso na kayong nakikipagkontrata sa kanya. Dahil alam nyo, iisa lang ang source ninyo. Kaya po itong direct contracting does not require elaborate procedure. Bakit? Bakit hindi elaborate? Because what you can do is just send an offer, a quotation, a pro forma invoice directly to your source, single source, and of course the offer may be accepted immediately by that particular supplier or after some negotiation. So, why do I mention supplier? Dahil po ang direct contracting is applicable only for the procurement of goods. So, napakasimple po ang proseso. You have one source, you know your source, you go to that particular source, you send your request for quotation, you send your pro forma invoice, the supplier will give you their quotation, or you can negotiate pababaan ng presyo, and the offer may be accepted right away. So, ano po ang conditions para magamit po natin ang direct contracting? As a matter of fact, ito po ay tatlong instances. tatlong cases na maaari po natin at any of these three, maaari po nating magamit ang direct contracting. Una, items of proprietary nature. So yung goods na pinoprocure nyo po ay items of proprietary nature. Ang ibig pong sabihin dito, yung goods na yon is protected by a patent, protected by copyright, protected by trade secret na wala nang ibang gumagawa kundi siya. Siya ang may hawak ng patent, siya ang may hawak ng copyright, siya ang may hawak ng trade secret na kahit i-public bidding nyo po yan, walang ibang makakasali kundi siya. Kasi siya lang yung talaga dyan. So, why resort to public bidding? You can do single source procurement. Kaya po dito kailangan meron po tayong market study para malaman po natin yung sources. Iisa lang ba ang source? So after your market study, if you determine only one source, because of this particular situation, meron po siyang proprietary right to that particular product that you're procuring, then pwede na po kayong mag-resort to direct contracting. Pangalawang instance or condition na maaari nyo pong magamit ang direct contracting kung ang pinoprocure nyo ay critical component from a specific supplier. So, anong pinoprocure nyo? Component, a part, an item. So, spare parts, for example, from a specific supplier. If you will read, ito pong direct contracting ay section 50 ng ating IRR, meron po dyan, a specific supplier is a condition precedent to hold the contractor to guarantee its project performance. So mayroon po pong ganong phrase na mababasa po natin. So, anong pinoprocure nyo? Critical component. Meron na po halimbawa kayo, nakabili kayo halimbawa ng copying machine. Okay. So yung copying machine, bagong-bago, pero may kailangang palitan na component na critical. Okay. At lalong-lalo na kung dahil bago pa yan, under warranty pa. So para ma-hold yung supplier noon to the warranty requirement, for example, unless na hindi covered na yung parts na itong papalitan natin ito, ng warranty, kailangan na natin bayaran, still, bibili tayo doon sa kanya mismo or sa kanyang authorized service provider. In other words, you can go directly to the authorized service provider under direct contracting. Yan. Of course, mas mapapadali po ito because kanina sa discussion natin ng general guidelines, pwede kayong maglagay ng brand name, di ba? Yung spare parts for existing fleet or equipment. So meron kang copying machine, that's an existing equipment. Meron kang papalitan na spare parts, you can put the brand name, and at the same time, after putting the brand name, you can go directly through direct contracting to a specific supplier for that particular specific spare parts that you are going to procure. So this is the second instance na maaari po nating magamit ang direct contracting. Ang pangatlong instance na maaari po nating magamit ang direct contracting kung ang pinoprocure naman po natin ay item sold by exclusive dealer or manufacturer. Ayan. So ganun po. Exclusive dealer or manufacturer. Baka marami pong pumupunta sa inyo dyan. Meron pong hawak na certificate. Ay, ako'y exclusive dealer nito. Ayan. But pag binasa nyo po yung section 50, ito po ay C. I think this is C. Meron pa pong ibang conditions doon. Sold by exclusive dealer or manufacturer which does not have sub-dealers selling at lower prices and for which no suitable substitute can be obtained at more advantageous price for the government. So meron pong marami pong conditions doon. So titingnan nyo po, okay, ganito po ang gagawin ninyo. Meron kang hawak na certificate na exclusive dealer or manufacturer. Question, meron ba kayong mga sub-dealers? Meron po kaming mga dealers sa bawat munisipyo. Okay, meron. Ang requirement does not have sub-dealers selling at lower prices. So paano ang pricing ninyo? Standard po ang pricing namin yan. Pare-pareha. So pasok po doon sa pangalawa. Does not have sub-dealers selling at lower prices. Pangatlo pong kondisyon, there is no suitable substitute which can be obtained at a more advantageous price for the government. So, halimbawa, pumunta po sa inyo, ako po ay exclusive dealer ng Xerox copying machine. Yan. So, ang Xerox po, brand. Copying machine. Okay, pa-Xerox nga yan. Brand po yun. Pag nagsabi, pa-Xerox nga yan, bawal yan. Reference to brand name yan. Anyway, joke lang po. So, hawak niya yung certificate ng exclusivity. Pero Xerox, so tanong, are there suitable substitute which you can obtain at more reasonable price for the government? Well, marami pong brand ang copying machine. Meron po diyang Xerox, ano pang mga brand? Meron pong Canon, meron pong Brother, meron pong Sister. Walang Sister. Ayan. So marami po. Hindi po, kaya po, pag ganun, hindi kayo pwedeng mag-direct contracting. Why? Because there is a condition that there are no other items which can be obtained at more advantageous price for the government. So, titingnan po natin ang mga kondisyon ng bawat isa. Okay. Ano naman ang mga documentary requirements? So kahit direct contracting po yan, diretso na kayong nakikipagkontrata, meron pa din pong documentary requirements yan. Okay? So meron po yung mayor's permit, PhilJEP's registration number, ito po yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, income or business tax returns, pag ang ABC po natin ay 500,000 or more. So, okay. So, yan po, mga documentary requirements. Again, pwede po itong mga documentary requirements ay isubmit naman po sa atin prior to award. Diba? So, yun po yung maaari pong mangyari dito. So, yan po ang direct contracting under Section 50 ng ating pong batas at ng ating pong IRR. Ano ang procedure? Well, napakasimple po yung procedure. So, meron na po ditong guidelines. So, na-mention ko po kanina, conduct a market study. Why? Because determine the source. Even doon sa una, yung pong proprietary items of proprietary nature. Yung pangalawa po, yung critical component. Yung pangatlo po ay yung exclusive dealer. Meron po tayong market study. Naggagawin. Sino ang gagawa nito? Si end user unit para nga po ma-determine yung source ng ating pong requirement. Okay? Then after the market study at na-determine nyo na iisa lang ang source, then the back through the secretariat shall prepare a request for quotation or a pro forma invoice. At ipapadala na po natin itong invitation na ito directly to the supplier. So wala nang mga posting po dito dahil yun na nga po ay diretso nang ipinapadala natin yung ating request for quotation. Pangatlo is the BAC may conduct simplified negotiation on the terms and conditions of the contract to ensure that the supplier is technically, legally, and financially capable to undertake the project. Simplified negotiation, or of course, pwede rin pong that the offer may be accepted immediately. Kung sa tingin ninyo ay yung presyo ay naayon sa budget na sa ABC ninyo at na-determine nyo na technically, legally, and financially capable. How do you determine? Of course, meron po tayong documentary requirements na nire-require. So, pwede na pong maging basehan po natin yon for determining technical, legal, and financial capability. And then the BAC shall recommend award of contract to that particular supplier for approval by the HOPE. So, napakasimple lang po ang proseso natin for direct contracting. Pangatlong alternative method po natin under Section 51 is repeat order. Ano po yung repeat order? It is a procurement from a previous winning bidder. So meron na pong nanalo sa bidding na nauna, okay? At mag-o-order po tayo sa kanya. Bakit tayo nag-o-order sa kanya? There is a need to replenish goods procured under a contract previously awarded through competitive bidding. So, yung previous winning bidder has been awarded through public bidding, pero nagkulang po yung order natin. Kaya magre-repeat order tayo. Yan, may kulang. You need to replenish. And of course, yung kulang ay hindi nyo inakala na yung naunang order ninyo ay magkukulang. Kaya po nagkaganon. Okay. So, yan po ang repeat order. Applicable din lang po ang repeat order sa goods. Okay? Hindi po yan pwede sa consulting, hindi po yan pwede sa infra. Okay. Ano po yung mga conditions sa repeat order? So ito po ay talagang kondisyon ito. Ibig sabihin dito, itong 6 na ito dapat present lahat. Okay? Para magamit po natin ang repeat order. Ano po ang mga 6 na conditions na ito? Una, the original contract, yung naunang kontrata has been awarded through competitive bidding. Dapat public bidding. Paano kung yung unang order namin ay small value, kulang? Hindi repeat order ang gagamitin ninyo. Kung nagkulang, small value din sa susunod. But of course, you have to take note na mayroon tayong prohibition on splitting of contract. So bakit dalawang small value ang gagawin mo? Ano ba? Iniiwasan mo ba yung public bidding? Kasi pag pinagsama-sama yan ay public bidding na dapat. So make sure na hindi po ganon ang situation kung bakit you are doing that. So first condition, the original conduct should have been done through public bidding. Second condition, dapat ang presyo ay parehas pa din or bumaba. Kung tumaas na ang presyo ng item na gusto nyo i-order through repeat order, hindi pwede ang repeat order. Kailangan parehas pa rin ang presyo, kung hindi man bumaba ang presyo. Okay. Pangalawang kondisyon yan. Pangatlo, of course, dapat walang splitting of contracts. So, in this particular case, sabi nyo, hindi kami nag-splitting of contract kasi yung unang order namin, talagang akala namin enough na yon sa pangangailangan namin, pero kulang pala. Kaya hindi naman kami nag-avoid talaga sa requirements ng batas at ng IRR. So, okay. Pangatlo, walang splitting of contract. Pang-apat na condition, availed of within 6 months from the date of notice to proceed. Ang repeat order dapat magagawa lang natin ito, may time frame lang or may timeline. Dapat sa loob lamang ng 6 na buwan nung nag-issue kayo ng notice to proceed doon sa original contract na inaward nyo sa public bidding. Pag beyond 6 months na, hindi na kayo pwedeng mag-repeat order. Okay? Or hihingi po kayo ng permiso from the GPPB. But I forgot kung nandyan pa yan sa IRR. In the old IRR, tagal na talaga ako, matanda na. Mayroong ganong provision po na available within 6 months, beyond 6 months, you have to seek the approval of the GPPB. Okay. Pang-apat na kondisyon, dapat yung i-repeat order ninyo ay should not exceed 25% of the quantity of each item in the original contract. So kung ano, halimbawa, sa original contract niyo may in-order kayo ng 10 items. Okay? Ang nagkulang lang kayo sa isang item. So, dapat hindi siya lalampas ng 25% nung particular quantity nung item na in-order ninyo doon sa original contract. So, ganun po yung limitation. Hindi po 25% ng amount, kundi dapat hindi lumampas ng 25% nung quantity nung item na yon. And panghuli, must be quantifiable. So, dapat po quantifiable yan. Kaya services, goods din po siya, hindi mo na ma-quantify yan, so hindi po siya pwede sa repeat order. It must be divisible and consisting of at least 4 units per item. So, bumili po kayo ng through public bidding ng 3 sasakyan. Ay kailangan pala 4, kulang kayo ng 1. Pwede ba kayo mag-repeat order? Ang sagot ay hindi. Kasi pag kinumpute nyo yung 25% ng 3, hindi po buo yun. Kaya po ang requirement dito dapat at least 4 para yung 25% noon, ang equivalent ay 1 buo. Ayan. So ganyan po ang repeat order po natin. Ano ang procedure? Di pala, ano po yung at what stage ng procurement process can repeat order be considered to be within the reglementary period of 6 months? So, basically ang tanong po dito, mayroon kang original contract na order. At what stage ng procurement process ay maaari kayong mag-order? Parang ganito po yung sagot. Okay, ano po ang tanong? Ang sagot po ay repeat order may be undertaken anytime within the 6-month period. Reckon from the effectivity date, okay? The effectivity date which should in no case be later than 7 calendar days from issuance of notice to proceed. And if such mode of procurement has been duly approved by the hope and the previous winning bidder has been notified before the lapse of the same period. Well, medyo nahirapan akong umintindi. Pero ang sagot ko po dito ay so mayroon kang original contract. Okay, sabi dito, okay lang ka pwedeng mag-repeat order. Ang dapat po dito, dapat meron na pong delivery yung original contract. So kung wala pa pong delivery yung original contract hindi po dapat tayo mag-repeat order. Una, hindi po natin nalalaman pa yung kung acceptable sa atin yung i-deliver niya sa original contract, di ba? Para ding malapit na ang merienda, di ba? Pag nag-order ka ng merienda at nang natikman mo, nasarapan ka, nagkulang sa iyo, repeat order ka. Hindi mo pa nga natitikman repeat order ka na. So dapat matikman mo muna. So may partial delivery dapat muna. Okay? So anytime, okay, within the period noong 6 months na 'yon, pero dapat may partial delivery. So hindi naman full delivery, may partial delivery so that at least nakita po natin na acceptable po sa atin yung delivery. Then pwede na po tayong kung sa tingin po natin na kukulangin talaga yung order natin, then pwede na po tayong mag-repeat order from the same supplier. So ito po, walang posting po ito. Why? Because mag-o-order ka doon sa nanalong bidder. Okay, so yan po. So I hope malinaw po sa atin. Then we proceed to your favorite. Alam ko naman favorite nyo ito, shopping, di ba? Favorite din ito ng wife ko shopping. Dati, pero ngayon hindi na. Plantita na po yung aking wife ngayon. Okay, so shopping. So ano po yung shopping? The procuring entity request price quotation. Yan. So re-request for price quotation for readily available off-the-shelf goods or ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment. So ano po yung pinoprocure po natin? Readily available off-the-shelf goods or ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment. Kanino po kayo magre-request ng price quotations? From suppliers of known qualifications. Because of this definition of shopping, ang shopping po ay applicable lang sa goods. Yan. Hindi po yan applicable sa services. Services is part of goods, pero the services component ay hindi po applicable ang shopping. Why? Kasi nga po, readily available off the shelf. Yung nandiyan sa eskaparate, di ba? Readily, tuturo mo lang. Pwede mong bilhin niya. No? Magkano ba ang presyo niya? No? Readily available off the shelf goods or ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment. Pag sinabing ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment. Anong ibig sabihin nun? An ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment is any supplies yung na used in the ordinary course or in of the business of the procuring entity because it's part of their mandate, used in the day-to-day operations of a procuring entity. So what may be ordinary or regular office supplies to one particular procuring entity may not be ordinary or regular office supplies to another procuring entity. So depende po yan. Used in the day-to-day operations depending on the mandate of the procuring entity. For example, halimbawa, sa ating pong mga water district, okay, so ano yung mga ginagamit nilang on the day-to-day operations? Maybe yung mga supplies na kailangan nila para sa pag-aayos ng mga koneksyon ng tubig para mapadaloy po yung tubig diretso sa mga bahay-bahay. So, yung mga tubo ng tubig na yan, ordinary or regular office supply sa kaniyan, sa mga water district yon. Pero sa iba sa atin, ay hindi po ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment po yon. So ganun po yan, depending on the mandate of the procuring entity. Meron po tayong dalawang klase ng shopping or dito tinatawag dalawang kondisyon ng shopping. Ang masasabi ko po dito ay dalawang instances or dalawang situation na ng klase ng shopping. At ito nga po yung tinatawag na shopping A at yung pangalawa ay shopping B. Yung shopping A, nandyan po yan sa section 52.1A. Ano po yung sinasabi dito sa shopping A? Ito po yung there is an unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase. Ganun po yung wording po doon. Pagdating naman doon po sa shopping B, ang pinoprocure po dito ay ordinary office supplies and equipment not available from the procurement service of the DBM. So isa-isahin po natin ito. Hihimayin po natin ito, yung shopping A at yung shopping B, para alam po natin ano ang kondisyon ba sa shopping A, ano rin po ba ang kondisyon sa shopping B. Okay. Ano po yung mga documentary requirements pagdating po dito? Okay, ang nakalagay po dito shopping B lang. Kasi po pagdating sa shopping A, pwede pong wala ng documentary requirements kayong hahanapin. Wala pong documentary requirements sa shopping A actually. Some of us, again, papahirapan natin ang sarili natin. Well, it's up to you. Kung kaya nyong makakuha ng documentary requirements probably for you to be able to be comfortable at your level. But take note that sa shopping A, there is an unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase. Okay, baka may mga requirement kayo ng documentary ay yung dahilan ninyo ng shopping A ay nabaliwala dahil immediate purchase hindi kayo nakaka-immediate purchase. So probably hindi applicable yung shopping A pag ganon. Dapat siguro nga shopping B or small value procurement. At any rate, ano yung documentary requirements pagdating sa shopping B? So ito po, or yung section 52.1B. Dalawa lang, mayor's permit at PhilJEP's registration number. Okay, so yan po. So isa-isahin po natin siya. Okay? Yung pong muna, yung kondisyon para sa shopping A. Ano po yung shopping A? Yun, na-mention ko nga po, there is an unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase. So one condition sa shopping A, unforeseen contingency, isa pong pangyayari na hindi po natin inaasahang mangyari. Pero nangyari at dahil nangyari yan, kailangan bumili tayo kaagad. So kayo na po nakakaalam kung ano mga pangyayari na yon na hindi nyo inaasang mangyari at nangyari at nang nangyari, kailangan yung bumili kaagad. Okay. And ang pangalawang kondisyon ay the amount does not exceed the threshold. So mayroon po tayong threshold dyan. Mamaya po sa next slide, ipapakita ko po kayo sa inyo yung threshold. lalo na sa local government units. Ang pangalawang shopping, yung shopping B, under Section 52.1B. Sa shopping B po, wala po itong unforeseen contingency. Normal po itong nangyayari sa opisina natin, may pangangailangan kayo. Ano po yung pangangailangan ninyo? Ay ito po yung regular of ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment. At dahil may pangangailangan po kayo ng ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment, dapat sa procurement service of the DBM o sa mga PS depot, sub depot, regional depot, dapat ninyo bilhin yan. Kasi nasa mandato po ng procurement service ng DBM ng common supplies and equipment. Okay, so dapat doon. Pero wala po, hindi po available sa PSDBM siya. So dahil hindi po available sa PSDBM, yung ordinary or regular office supplies and equipment niyo, then pwede na po kayong mag-shopping outside sa PSDBM. Kasi pag binili niyo po sa PSDBM, ang tawag po, ang mode of procurement po natin ay hindi shopping, kundi po negotiated procurement agency to agency. Yan. Okay, so then of course sa shopping, meron din po tayong threshold. So dapat yung amount sa shopping B ay hindi rin po dapat lalampasan yung threshold. At speaking of not available from PSDBM, lately po or last year, nag-issue po ang GPPB ng resolution number 17-2020. Kasi po dati, ang requirement po natin ay may proof dapat kayo na hindi nga available from PSDBM. Yung ordinary or regular office supplies. At ang requirement po doon sa proof ay kukuha kayo ng SINAS or yung Certificate of Non-Availability of Stock from the PSDBM or from the depot or the sub-depot. However, last year po, ito pong resolution, sinasabi po dito that kung hindi siya available from DBM-PS, hindi na po kailangang mag-secure kayo ng SINAS. Okay? Ano na lang ang proof na kailangan hahawakan ninyo para may maipakita po kayo na proof na wala siya sa PSDBM. Kung hindi po na-required ang SINAS. Ang proof po na maaaring gawin po, nakalagay po dito, subject to the conditions set forth in GPPB Resolution number 17-2020. So of course, sinasabi po doon na pupunta kayo sa website, titingnan ninyo kung available at nakita ninyo na hindi available, i-screenshot nyo po yung screen ng website na nakikita po na hindi available, and that becomes your proof. You do not have to get your certificate of non-availability of stock from PSDBM. So that would be your proof. Okay, so ano po yung threshold? Okay, yung threshold po ng shopping A as far as national government agencies, GOCCs, GFIs, state universities and colleges, including the autonomous regional government or the BARM, is concerned is 200,000 pesos. So yan ang maximum po sa shopping A. Pagdating po sa shopping B, 1 million. Pero dahil kayo pong participants natin ay from the LGUs, nakalagay po sa ating Annex H ng ating pong IRR, yung iba-iba pong threshold. Sa shopping A, depending on the LGU, okay, province, city, municipality, at yung class ng LGU. At makikita po natin na ang pinaka-maximum din dito ay 200,000 in the case of provinces, first to third class. Pagdating sa cities, first to second class, the rest ay iba-iba na ang amount ng threshold. And in your case, participants po natin from municipalities, ang maximum po natin ay 100,000 lang. Pag ginamit po natin ang shopping A. Ano nga ba yung shopping A? Ordinary, not ordinary, there is an unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase, requiring immediate purchase, wag lalampas sa 100,000. In the case of barangays, maximum is 50,000 pesos. So this is shopping A. In the case of shopping B, the threshold o yung ordinary or regular office supplies not available from PSDBM. So for the municipalities po, kung kayo po ay first, second, or third class municipality, maximum pong threshold natin is 200,000. The rest ay 100,000. So yan po yung threshold natin for shopping A and B. Okay, so yan po ang ating na-discuss na po natin yung Di pa pala ako tapos. Akala ko tapos na, nagmamadali. Okay, so ano yung procedure? Yan, meron pa pala procedure. So shopping A, ano yung procedure natin? Napakadali. Mayroon kayong request for quotation, ipapadala directly. So diretso na po natin ipapadala to a supplier of known technical, legal, and financial qualification. How do you know na legally, technically, and financially capable? O wala pong documentary requirements dito, di ba? So visual or by reputation, di ba? Dati nang napagkunan niyo yan. O kaya halimbawa, biglang nasira yung inyong sasakyan, unforeseen contingency, ay kailangang ipagawa kaagad kasi ginagamit talaga yon, requiring immediate purchase, kailangan bumili ng piyesa. Hihingi pa ba kayo ng documentary requirements? Hindi na. Ay kanino, paano nyo malalaman na legally, technically, financially capable? O alam nyo na siguro, o whatever way, or dati na nga doon kayo bumibili. Okay, so ganun po siya. So sending a receipt and receipt. So nagpadala kayo ng isang quotation, nakatanggap kayo ng isang quotation, sufficient na po yan. Hindi nyo po kailangan sa shopping A ang 3 quotation. So let me highlight that. Hindi kailangan sa shopping A ang 3 quotation. Isang quotation will suffice. Okay? So posting of the RFQ may be dispensed with. Okay? So nabigyan ko po ng example dito yung halimbawa, piyesa ng sasakyan. Kailangan nasira, hindi nyo inasang masira, pero dahil nasira, kailangan ipagawa at kailangan ipagawa kaagad dahil ginagamit ng ni Mayor, for example. So importante mapagawa kaagad. So shopping A, pwede. Piyesa. Ay, teka muna, sa quotation may labor cost. Sabi natin, sa shopping, goods lang yan. What about the labor cost? Yung labor po, ang tawag po dyan, ancillary cost. Kasama na po doon. So kahit na ang services ay hindi pwede kasama sa shopping, pero dahil yung services, yung pagkabit ng piyesa, pagtanggal ng nasira at pagkabit, ay kasama na po yung labor cost po doon, ancillary doon po sa pag-repair ng motor vehicle, for example, ay kasama na rin po yan sa shopping. Okay, so although sinasabi po nga natin dito ay limited lang sa off-the-shelf goods or ordinary or regular, hindi pwede ang shopping sa services, but if the services is ancillary to your procurement of goods, then necessary, pwede pa rin po yan covered ng shopping. So doon sa shopping B, what is the procedure? Okay, so the BAC shall send or kung delegated po ito, yung pong nabigyan ng delegation will send the RFQ to at least 3 suppliers of known qualifications. Yan, suppliers of known qualifications and at least 3 price quotation must be obtained. So dito po, mandatory na magpadala kayo ng 3 quotation minimum at makakuha po kayo ng minimum na 3 quotation. Pag hindi po kayo nakakakuha ng 3 quotation, hindi po kayo titigil. So kaya nga po, you can extend yung pong submission ng price quotation. Okay, so dahil po pag shopping B, mandatory yung 3 quotation. Paano kung nagpadala kayo ng 3 quotation? Pagbalik sa inyo, yung isa nakalagay none. Yung isa nakalagay not interested. Yung isa may quotation. Nakakuha ba kayo ng 3 quotation? Ang sagot po dyan ay hindi. Kasi yung pong none is not a quotation. Yung pong not interested is not a quotation. So, iisa lang po ang natanggap ninyong quotation doon. So, anong gagawin ninyo? I-extend nyo yung time for submission hanggang hindi kayo nakakakuha ng 3 quotation. Yun po yung shopping B. Okay, knowledge check tayo, Janelle. And
Sir.
at the same time, Janelle, magbe-break na rin tayo, 10 minutes break. Pagkatapos para pagbalik ko, sisimulan natin yung negotiated procurement. Okay? So we will resume at 10 a.m. More or less.
Yes po. Let me first announce po the knowledge check winner for today on our first question. So upon verification and validation of our technical team, we would like to congratulate Mr. Archibald Lumbog from Municipality of Matalon, Leyte for answering the correct answer. Please note that you can only win once for the duration of our training activity. We are trying to distribute our special tokens so everyone will have a chance to win. At this point, we will be having another knowledge check. So please select your answer via the Zoom polling feature. In case of shopping 52.1A, the box shall send the request for quotations to at least 3 suppliers of known qualification and at least 3 price quotations must be obtained. So is it true or false? Again, in case of shopping 52.1A, the box shall send the request for quotations to at least 3 suppliers of known qualification and at least 3 price quotations must be obtained. So please select your answer in our polling feature. Is it true or false? Our Facebook Live viewers may also answer by typing in their answer at the comment section of the Facebook. So most of the answers po is false. The correct answer po is false. So while waiting to Sir Renato De Vera, please don't forget to register at the OTMS and Google form link sent to you by our event secretariat in the Zoom chat box. So please also be reminded to answer the evaluation for the resource speaker, training activity, and presentation material. At this point, we will be having a 10-minute short break, and after the break, our resource speaker will join us and continue again the lecture. So stay with us. Thank you.
Minutes.
The Philippines is going to buy green. Our government is taking the lead. The Philippines Green Public Procurement Roadmap guides the way forward by considering local business capacities, climate, environment, health, and value for money. Our government procures thousands of items every year to serve the Filipino people. When government is the single largest buyer in a market, its procurement decisions influence the direction that businesses take. Green public procurement is about buying products which are low carbon, are healthier, avoid harmful chemicals, and are manufactured through cleaner processes. They are efficient to use and consume less energy and water. At the end of life, precious materials are recycled. GPP reduces the pressure on the environment. GPP is a partnership between the government and businesses. GPP opens up new, exciting, and reliable opportunities for businesses supplying green products. This in turn makes green products also affordable for private households. A first batch of 20 product categories has been prioritized for GPP, and more will be selected over time. The priority common supplies and equipment products are multi-copy paper, toilet paper, record books, cleaners, chairs, disinfectant sprays, trash bags, liquid hand soap, detergent powder, and LED lights and bulbs. The priority non-common supplies and equipment products are computer and laptop monitors, air conditioners, vehicles, fridges and freezers, copiers, paints and varnishes, food and catering services, training hotels and facilities, toilets and urinals, and textiles such as uniforms and work clothes. The well-established public procurement processes in the Philippines, such as the PhilJEPs, will ensure fairness, transparency, and open competition for the green venture. Everyone can become an active consumer of green products, which save energy and water, are not harmful for health and climate, and which are recyclable.
Okay, let's resume. Yung knowledge check question po natin. Ano nga po yung, ang tanong po yata doon ay, in the case of shopping A, do you need at least 3 price quotations? Or, ayan, in case of shopping A or 52.1A, the bank shall send the request for quotation to at least 3 suppliers of known qualification and at least 3 price quotation must be obtained. The correct answer is false. So, sa shopping A, isa lang na quotation ang kailangan at pero ito pong sa tanong ay para po yan sa shopping B. So, pwede ko nang ipagpatuloy, Janelle?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You may continue to the lecture.
Okay, so paano ba? Balik ba ako dito? Okay, yan. Okay, now we go to negotiated procurement. Yan, isa rin ito sa mga favorite ninyo kasi negotiated pag may negosasyon. And of course, marami din pong requirement ang negotiated procurement. So pag nakita po ninyo dito, pag binilang nyo po yan, from two-failed biddings, emergency cases, takeover of contracts, adjacent or contiguous, agency to agency, scientific, scholarly, artistic work, exclusive technology, and media services, highly technical consultants, small value procurement, lease of real property and venue, and so on and so forth. O, 14 na po lahat yung klase ng negotiated procurement. Okay, so iisa-isahin po natin. Generally po kasi ang negotiated procurement, applicable yan sa procurement of goods, infra, and consulting services. However, mayroon pong ibang klase ng negotiated procurement na hindi applicable sa lahat ito. So isa-isahin po natin siya. Una po yung two-failed bidding. So kailan po nagkakaroon ng negotiated procurement two-failed bidding? So ito po, applicable po ito sa tatlo, goods, infra, and consulting services. Kailan po nagkakaroon ng two-failed bidding ay or negotiated procurement due to failed bidding pag nagkaroon po ng dalawang failure of competitive bidding or limited source bidding. So yung nag-public bidding po tayo or nag-limited source bidding po tayo, nagkaroon po ng failure. Then, nag-ulit po tayo ng public bidding or limited source bidding, nagkaroon na naman ng failure. So, dalawang failure na, in other words, pwede na po tayong mag-proceed sa negotiated procurement. What if gusto niyong another public bidding? Pwede na naman po, pwede rin po yon because public bidding nga po is our default. Okay. So, pag kahapon po, na-discuss po sa inyo yung competitive bidding, of course, pag nagkaroon po ng failure ng public bidding for the first time, ano po dapat ang ginagawa ng BAC? The BAC should conduct a mandatory review. Determine the reason for the failure of bidding. Okay, natatandaan niyo ho ba? And the BAC may revise, adjust the terms, the conditions, the specification, and may also adjust the ABC subject to the required approval. So, ganun po yung rules. Then, after that, another bidding po tayo. Pag nagkaroon na naman ng panibagong failure of bidding, na pwede pong mangyari at nangyayari po talaga, another review na naman po ang gagamitin natin. So, kailan po nagkakaroon ng failure of bidding? Ito pong failure of bidding na ito, dapat po ay ang nag-declare po ay ang BAC. Okay? So, failure of bidding na Sorry about that. I was suddenly disconnected. So let's go back. sa discussion po natin. Okay? Teka, let me just okay. So, okay, so dito tayo. So take note po, yung failure of bidding na nangyari po dapat dito, yung even the first and the second, ang nag-declare po dapat ang BAC. Okay? Kaya ano ba yung mga instances na ang BAC nagde-declare ng failure of bidding? Nakalagay po yan sa section 35.1. Wala pong nag-bid. Mayroon pong nag-bid pero na-declare lahat ng bidders as ineligible. Mayroon pong mga eligible bidders pero during post-qualification na post-disqualify po sila lahat, kung ilan man yon. So failure of bidding din po yan. Meron pong na-declare na single or lowest calculated responsive bidder or single or highest rated responsive bidder. Mali po itong SRCB. Wala pong SRCB. You have SRRB or SRRB. Ayan. So, meron po, at of course, pag meron pong may determine po tayo na LCRB or SRRB, i-recommend po natin ang award sa kanya. However, nung ina-award na po sa kanya yung kontrata, ayaw niya pong tanggapin ang award. Kung ayaw niyang tanggapin ang award, i-disqualify po siya subject to penal provisions at you proceed to the second. Pero dito po sa situation, no award was made. So wala pong nangyari ng award. Kaya po under any of these four situations, meron pong failure of bidding. So yan po. Pag ang failure of bidding po ang nag-declare ay ang head of the procuring entity under section 41, yung paggamit niya po ng reservation clause, hindi po yan kinakount as a failure of bidding. Pagbilang po ng pangalawa or two failure of bidding. If it is because of section 41, yung paggamit ng reservation clause, that is not counted in the counting of two failed biddings. Okay, so kailangan ang BAC po ang nag-declare. So pag mayroon na pong pangalawang failure of bidding, ito po ang proseso po natin. Okay, so there's a second failure of bidding declared by the BAC. And of course, tulad din po ng first failure, the BAC should conduct mandatory review, determine the reason for the second failure of bidding, and the BAC may agree to revise the terms, the conditions, the specifications, including the requirements, and also revise the ABC. Pwede pong mag-revise again ng ABC. However, pagdating po sa two failed biddings na, may provision po tayo that the ABC may not be revised, may not be adjusted by more than 20% of the last failed bidding. So kung in-adjust nyo po yung ABC ninyo from the first failure, wala pong silent po doon kung ilang percent pwede nyo i-adjust. Then, despite adjusting your ABC, nag-fail na naman. At nung nagkanda kayo ng mandatory review, sabi ninyo, ay maliit pa rin ang ating ABC, so i-adjust na naman natin. Yes, pwede nyo i-adjust, pero dito po, may limitation na. Hindi lalampas ng 20% of the last ABC ninyo. So, yan po. Okay, then after doing that, you now prepare your request for quotation and the bidding documents, and you will invite at least 3 suppliers, contractors, or consultants for negotiation. Okay, for negotiation, during negotiation, dahil negotiated procurement po ito, lahat ng nag-respond sa ating pong invitation for negotiation ay kakausapin po natin on equal footing. Wala pong, teka muna, may negotiation, o ikaw muna mauna, makipag-negotiate kami sa iyo. Pagkatapos, kayo lang nakakaalam nung isa. O ikaw naman, sunod. Wala pong ganon. Dapat ang negotiation ay lahat ng nag-respond. Sabay-sabay po natin kakausapin. And of course, during that particular negotiation, hindi pa po wala pa pong submission ng offer dyan. Okay, for negotiation pa lang siya. Then lahat ng response sa inyong invitation for negotiation, then they will be required to submit their best offer. Okay, so mag-submit na kayo ng best offer ninyo. Then the one that submitted the best offer, yung lowest calculated responsive quotation or highest rated responsive quotation, then the BAC will now recommend award of contract sa kanya. So that yun po ang proseso. What if isa lang ang nag-respond doon sa invitation? So kahit isa lang ang nag-respond sa inyong invitation, ay you proceed with negotiation. So although the requirement is invite at least 3. If only one responded, then tuloy po yung proseso natin. In all stages ng ating pong negotiated procurement, observers shall be invited. Kaya po, ang negotiated procurement or due to two-fail bidding, meron din pong semblance of public bidding. May posting po tayo dito na kinakailangan. So may semblance of public bidding. Kaya po, sa discussion po natin, noong I think first day ninyo, yung honoraria, di ho ba, for the members of the BAC, TWG, at ad hoc BAC Secretariat, meron pong entitled po tayo sa honoraria, kasama na rin po ang negotiated due to two-fail bidding dahil po may semblance of public bidding ang proseso po natin dito. Okay? So, I hope malinaw po sa atin yan. Two-fail bidding. Pero kung may tanong po kayo, mamaya po sa open forum. Pangalawa, yung po ay section 53.1. Ito po ay section 53.2, emergency cases. Meron po tayong tatlong sitwasyon na maaari po nating magamit ang emergency cases. Una, imminent danger to life or property during a state of calamity. So dito po sa sitwasyon na ito, dapat may declaration ng state of calamity at meron pong imminent danger to life or property. Kaya po dapat mag-procure agad po tayo dahil para maiwasan po yung panganib at maiwasan po ang pagkawala ng buhay or magkaroon po ng loss of property or destruction of property. Pangalawang sitwasyon na maaari po nating magamit ito ay pwede pong walang declaration ng state of calamity. Meron pong natural or man-made calamity. Okay, so pwede pong walang declaration pero may kalamidad. And time is of the essence. So napaka-importante po na mag-action tayo kaagad to prevent damage to or loss of life or property. At ang pangatlong instance na magagamit po natin ito ay other causes. So pwede na po siyang hindi dahilan sa natural or man-made calamity. Meron pong ibang dahilan, okay, other causes, but tulad po ng nauna ay the element of time is very important. Immediate action is necessary to prevent damage to or loss of life or property or to restore, ibalik ang isang napaka-importanting public service or ayusin ang isang napaka-importanting public service, infrastructure facility, and other public utilities. So any of these three situations, pwede po natin magamit ang emergency cases negotiated procurement. Okay, so mention po natin, ito pa, yung applicability. So kung kanina, two-fail bidding applicable sa goods, infra consulting, ganun din po ang emergency cases. Applicable din po sa tatlo. So, reminder lang po sa atin, na-mention po natin kanina na yung element of time ay very important. If you notice from the wording, imminent danger to life, imminent danger. Time is of the essence. Immediate action necessary. So, since timing is the time element, yun po yung tinitingnan natin sa emergency cases, the procuring entity should consider the appropriate timing or the proximity of time between the actual procurement activity to be conducted and the emergency sought to be addressed. So yun po, titingnan po natin. Halimbawa, emergency cases, mag-procure na tayo ngayon dahil doon sa bagyong nangyari, yung bagyo nangyari 1 year ago. Hindi na po pwede yung emergency cases dahil yung ina-address yung emergency ay matagal na nangyari. So kailangan po yung ating pong procurement na gagawin ay malapit lang po doon sa emergency na gusto nga po nating i-address. Okay? So make sure you do that because kung halimbawa, sabihin ninyo, ay, total may public calamity pa pala ngayon. Na-extend pala hanggang September 2022 ang public calamity, ang national calamity, state of calamity. So gagamitin natin ang emergency cases. Pero hindi naman po related doon sa declaration ng public calamity or national calamity natin, which is itong COVID, yung pong ipoprocure ninyo. Ang gagawin ninyo, i-repair nyo yung municipal hall na wala naman po doon sa related doon sa ating national calamity na declaration po ngayon. So at yung municipal hall pala na yon ay nasira nung nakaraang Typhoon Quinta. Kailan pa yun? Kailan ba si Quinta? 2020, di ba? 2021, almost 1 year na ang nakalilipas. So hindi na po pwede yan. Okay? So dapat public bidding na po gagawin natin. When the reason or cause of the emergency has already been abated, ito yung sinasabi din po natin, nawala na, lumipas na yung emergency na yon. So ano ang dapat gagawin natin? Competitive bidding na dapat po tayo. When the ground is based on imminent danger to life or property during a state of calamity, okay, there has to be a declaration by a competent authority of a state of calamity before any procurement activity may be undertaken. So yung una pong instance, kung yung pang dahilan natin, dapat may declaration ng public calamity. Ng state of calamity. It could be a declaration by the sanggunian or ang national government po ang mag-declare. Okay, ano po yung mga documentary requirements sa emergency cases? So take note, kahit emergency cases po, may documentary requirements pa din. Okay? Mayor's permit, kung infra po ang ipoprocure natin, PCAB license, at kung infra po ang ipoprocure natin, at lalampas po ng 500,000 ng ABC, i-require po natin ng NFCC or Net Financial Contracting Capacity. Kahit alin po ang ipoprocure natin, paglabas more than 500,000 ng ABC, income or business tax returns, and omnibus sworn statement pag more than 500,000. Magkano po ang threshold sa emergency cases? Wala pong nakalagay sa ating pong IRR. In other words, wala pong limit yan. Okay? Kung titingnan po natin, ang limit yan 500 million because subject na po yan doon sa mga guidelines na inisyu po under an executive order. Kailangan po ng approval process with regards to that. So mayroon pong separate executive order and guidelines for that. But at any rate, wala pong threshold ang emergency cases. Okay? So yan po ang mga documentary requirements. Ano po yung latest na issuance din ng GPPB pagdating naman po dito sa pandemic na ito? Okay, so at siguro po ay updated din po kayo doon sa ginagawang investigation ng Senate kasi isang nga po yan sa tinitingnan din po nila. Yung nagpalabas po actually ang GPPB last year nitong resolution na ito on the adoption of efficient, effective, and expedient procurement procedure during a state of public health emergency. Of course, because of COVID-19 nga po. So Resolution 03-2020 was issued last March 9, 2020 in view of the declaration of a state of public health emergency throughout the Philippines. So same date nung yung declaration, nung issuance po nito. Immediately, mabilis po yung GPPB mag-issue ng resolution. So, of course, the declaration of public health emergency was in pursuance of the recommendation of the Department of Health because, of course, of COVID-19. So it provided the necessary updates in the procurement of negotiated procurement emergency cases. So isa po sa mga dinagdag sa maaaring magamit po ang emergency cases ay yung nga pong pag-procure ng mga items na kinakailangan para nga po ma-address itong COVID-19 situation po natin. And anong mga items po yan? Mga items na dineclare na rin pong common use supplies and equipment dahil ito po ay hiniling ng Department of Health para nga po mas mapabilis ang pagpo-procure. So nandiyan nga po yung mga face mask, yung mga face shield, yung pong mga pagte-test ng sa COVID and so on and so forth. So nandiyan po yan, may mga items po yan para nga po mabilis na ma-procure itong mga items na ito using emergency procurement or emergency cases under negotiated procurement yung modality. At dati po, pag ginamit po ang emergency cases as a modality, merong requirement na dapat pag nag-recommend ang BAC ng emergency cases, bago aprobahan ng HOPE yung recommendation ng BAC, dapat i-confirm siya in writing by the HOPE na meron ngang emergency. So with this issuance, inalis na po yung requirement ng written confirmation ng HOPE on the use of negotiated procurement emergency cases. At meron din pong provisional para mas lalong mapabilis ang pagpo-procure using emergency cases, maaari pong i-delegate ng BAC yung kanyang responsibility at maaari din i-delegate ng HOPE yung kanyang approving authority para lamang lalong mapabilis ang pagpo-procure. Okay? So there's also that provision of immediate response and initial recovery steps na kinakailangan kung may mga ganito po, parang nadagdagan po yung ating situation doon po sa na-mention po natin ng tatlo, at ito po immediate response and initial recovery steps. At dahil po diyan, naisama na rin po sa sa emergency cases ang pagpo-procure ng real property and venue. Although po yung pagpo-procure ng through lease ng real property and venue could be done also under another modality ng negotiated procurement under Section 53.10, pero pwede po siyang magamit na rin sa emergency cases 53.2, particularly kung yung pong real property and venue ay gagamitin po as a quarantine facility, as a halimbawa as a facility para vaccination site and so on and so forth, or a facility para sa distribution ng mga ayuda para po sa mga bibigyan ng ayuda. So yun po, sinama na rin po dito sa emergency cases siya na pwedeng gawin. And yun nga pong pagsasama ng mga items na ni-recommend ng Department of Health as common use supplies and equipment na maaaring ma-procure from the procurement service of the DBM. Okay. At nagpalabas din po ang GPPB ng malinaw na mga proseso, step by step na pamamaraan. Medyo maliit lang po yung font dito. Kahit ako hindi ko halos mabasa, pero yung mga step po dito ay una po ay titingnan po dapat kung nasa APP ninyo. So una po 'yan, nasa APP ba? Kasi kung wala sa APP, dapat kailangang gagawa ng supplemental APP or i-adjust yung APP. Then after that, kung na-validate na rin po yung funding source dito, maaari na pong mag-negotiate. Pwede pong na-mention natin na maaaring i-delegate. So yung negotiation by the back or by the hope, kung sino pa po ang mag-negotiate. At mayroon pong mga requirements. There are requirements for yung documentary requirements po na dapat hihilingin nung magne-negotiate doon po sa supplier. Then after that, then magre-recommend na po ng award at i-award na either ng HOPE or ng kanyang duly authorized official, doon po yung kontrata. Then after that, ipopost po yung award sa PhilJEP, sa website at sa ating pong conspicuous places. So ganun lang po kasimple yung proseso, yung step-by-step process with regards to emergency cases para po nga mapadali yung ating pong procurement. Okay, so ito din po yung mas malinaw siguro na proseso na hindi na masyadong malitang font. So nandiyan din po yung procedural guidelines, purchase request from the end user. So of course, to address a particular emergency. Then titingnan nga po natin kung nasa APP. Dahil kung wala sa APP, you revise the APP or of course, pwede rin po ang supplemental APP at i-check po nga po yung availability ng budget for the purpose. And once nagawa po natin yan, then pwede na po ang direct negotiation. So direct negotiation may be done by the back or kung delegated po yan, whoever has been delegated and negotiate with the legally, technically, and financially capable. And how do you know legally, technically, and financially capable? There are documentary requirements identified, required na dapat i-comply nung supplier. Then, i-recommend na po ang award of contract to the HOPE or kung duly authorized official niya, and award will be made. So ganyan po ang negotiated procurement due to emergency cases. Yan po yung proseso. Okay, so well, ito naman pong update na ito ay tungkol po doon sa vaccine. Okay, because of the Vaccine Program Act of 2021 or Republic Act 11525. But sa atin po sa LGU, hindi pa rin kayo pwedeng ma-procure ng vaccine. So, wag na natin po itong or ancillary supplies and services and other goods necessary for the storage, transport, and administration of COVID-19 vaccines. Okay, so dito po siguro pwede tayo. Anyway, nandito na rin po tayo. So under this particular resolution, again, titingnan po, nasa APP ba? Dahil kung wala sa APP, that it should be reflected in the APP. Then, pagdating po dito sa vaccines or yung pong mga tinatawag nga natin na ancillary supplies and services and other goods and services necessary for the storage, transport, deployment, and administration of the vaccines. Yung po na tayong exception. Okay, this is the exception. Procurement may commence without an approved APP. Yeah, without an approved APP, subject to the validation of funds for the purpose. However, ibabalidate yung available funds for the purpose and submission of the APP can be done later on prior to the payment. So, specific lang po ito dito sa vaccines and ancillary services na na-mention po natin. The documentary requirements under negotiated procurement emergency cases shall not apply. So, hindi na po yung mga na-mention po natin na mga documentary requirements na yon will not apply to COVID-19 vaccine as this will be determined by the DOH and the National Task Force sa kanilang negotiation. Of course, nakikipag-negotiate po sila sa mga foreign supplier. Kaya po yung mga foreign supplier ay definitely wala pong mga mayor's permit yan. So kaya iba pong yung documentary requirements ang hihingin dito. Generally po yung advance payment po sa atin, allowed po tayo hanggang 15% lang. Pero dito po sa vaccine, advance payment may be made up to the full cost of the contract, 100%. If the same is required by the supplier, manufacturer, distributor, or service provider. So kahit hindi pa po nadi-deliver yung item, they want na bayaran na po sila. Ito nga po yung isa sa mga naging problem po natin because our law, our IRR also allows only 15%. There are exceptions up to 50%. Pero those are very specific only. Pero in this case, pagdating po sa vaccines, required po nila ng 100% advance payment. So dito po pinapayagan. Okay, so may mga posting requirement pa. I'll not go through this anymore. Okay, so yan po yung sa 06-2021. Okay, now let's check tayo ulit, Janelle.
Yes, sir. So at this point, we'll be having another knowledge check. So may we ask our participants to select their answer via the Zoom polling feature. So the question is, in negotiated procurement under emergency cases, the BAC may directly negotiate with the supplier, contractor, or consultant with technical, legal, and financial capability to deliver the goods, execute the works, and perform the services to address the emergency. Is it true or false? So please select your answer po in the Zoom polling feature.
Yung iba hindi na nabasa, Janelle, nawala daw yung poll. Kaya ang sagot nila, truths.
Check po natin yung chat. So majority po sa chat Zoom chat box po is true.
Yan. So tama po, true ang sagot talaga. Tama ang sagot. So pagdating po sa emergency cases, the BAC may directly negotiate with a supplier, contractor, or consultant, of course, technically, legally, and financially capable to deliver or execute the goods or execute the works or perform the consulting services to address the emergency. So yan po, tama po yan. Direct na, allowed na yung direct negotiation. Okay, so thank you for that, and at least medyo maliwanag po sa atin. Teka muna, hindi ko matanggal yung aking yung chat ko dito eh. Natatakpan yung aking screen.
Sir Rene, pwede pong pa-slide po para malaki po siya tignan.
Yeah, oo. Sa akin kasi may nakatakip na hinahanap ko yung, hindi ko matanggal yung kuan eh.
Sige sir, thank you po.
Ito na, yan. Okay. Saan ba ako? Dito na tayo sa takeover of contracts. So negotiated takeover of contracts. Ito na ngayon ay section 53.3 ng ating IRR. Okay. Ganun din, applicable siya sa procurement of goods, infra, and consulting services. So anong nangyari dito sa takeover of contracts? Meron po tayong naunang kontrata na inaward po natin through public bidding, pero na itinerminate po natin ang kontrata na yon for reasons provided for in the contract. Halimbawa, nagkaroon na ng slippage na more than 15% si contractor or si supplier, and therefore under the contract, maaari po nating i-terminate yung kontrata. At nung tinerminate po natin ang kontrata, we took over doon po sa kontrata na yon. And of course, taking over the contract means that kailangan ipagpatuloy pa rin yung kontrata na yon. So, para may pagpatuloy po yung kontrata, pinapayagan po tayo na makipag-negotiate using po nga itong dahilan na take over of contracts. Kanino ka makikipag-negotiate if you took over the contract? Remember na ito pong kontrata na ito na tinake over ninyo, in-award nyo po ito una dahil nag-public bidding po kayo doon sa lowest calculated and responsive bidder. Kung ito po ay goods or infrastructure projects. At dahil nga po na-award na doon, pero eventually na-terminate po natin, babalikan po natin yung ginawa natin pong bidding na nauna at ipo-post-qualify po natin yung second lowest calculated bidder doon sa original na bidding na ginawa po natin or yung second highest rated bidder po doon. So hanggang natapos lang po tayo doon sa bid evaluation. Hindi po kayo nag-post-qualify doon dahil ang pinos-qualify lang po natin yung pinakamababang bid. Yung second, yung third, hindi po natin pinos-qualify na yon. So you go back to the second LCB and proceed with the post-qualification. Kung post-qualified po siya at makikipag-negotiate po tayo sa kanya sa presyo niya noong nag-submit siya ng bid price or yung original bid price po niya nang siya ay sumali. Pwede pong hindi maging successful ang negotiation kahit sabihin niya, ay nako, matagal na yan. Nung isang taon pa yung bidding na yon, tumaas na mga presyo, ay makikipag-negotiate ka sa akin sa original bid price ko. Ay ayaw ko yan. So, negotiation may not be successful. So, if negotiation fails, I proceed to the third lowest. If negotiation fails again, proceed to the next, and so on. If negotiation fails, hanggang maubos po yung nandun sa inyong abstract of bid as evaluated, then you will invite a short list of at least 3 suppliers, contractors, or consultants to submit their offer or their bids and negotiate starting with the lowest offer. So ganun po ang gagawin natin. Or kung sakali mang hindi na, dahil short of time na po tayo, halimbawa mayroon ng emergency na kailangan ninyong i-address, you may resort to any other appropriate alternative method of procurement. Maybe baka pasok na doon sa negotiated procurement emergency cases and so on and so forth. So ganun po ang proseso natin sa takeover of contracts. So in other words, when you took over the contract, dapat ipagpapatuloy po natin. Kung infra po yan, pwede pong maging appropriate alternative method po ninyo. Although this is not an alternative method, yung tinatawag pong by administration. Di ba? Dahil ang by administration is not a method of procurement, is a method of implementing a contract. But you can do it. Kayo na mismo ang mag-i-implement ng project na yon using by administration. So, maaari din pong gawin natin yan. Okay? So, yan po mayroon pong mga kondisyon ang takeover of contracts. Well, first, before the conditions, meron pong mga documentary requirements. Baka hindi po na-mention dito yung mga conditions. So, ano po yung mga documentary requirements? Mayor's permit, professional license or CV kung consulting services siya, PhilJEP's registration number, pickup license kung infra po yon, and NFCC kung infra po ang ipoprocure po natin. So yan po yung mga documentary requirements in this particular modality. Okay? So that is section 53.3 ng ating pong IRR. Yung pang-apat na modality sa negotiated, adjacent, or contiguous. Yan. Ang adjacent or contiguous applicable na lang ito sa infra and consulting services. Kasi po sa goods, parang ang equivalent ng adjacent or contiguous yung repeat order. Magkasunod, parang ganon. Okay, so ano po yung adjacent or contiguous? Anong ibig sabihin nun? So ito po ay where the subject contract, ito po yung ipoprocure ninyo is adjacent or contiguous to an ongoing civil works or consulting services where the contractor or the consultant have unique experience and expertise to deliver the required service. So, adjacent or contiguous. Pag sinabing adjacent or contiguous, anong ibig sabihin yan? Well, for an infra, ito pong adjacent or contiguous, ibig sabihin in actual physical contact, magkarugtong, magkatabi, in actual physical contact with a continuing project. However, in the revised IRR, pinapayagan na rin po na hindi kailangan in actual physical contact, pwede rin pong considered na adjacent or contiguous if it is nearby, malapit lang doon sa ongoing contract. Dahil malapit lang, ay madali din lang makapag-mobilize si contractor ng kanyang personnel, ng kanyang resources para po magawa yung ito pong adjacent or contiguous. At dahil po malapit, madali siya makapag-mobilize, hindi po siya magki-claim ng mobilization cost. Nakakatipid po ang gobyerno dahil wala na pong mobilization cost. Okay? So, ano po yung mga conditions? Pagdating naman sa consulting services, pag sinabing adjacent or contiguous, medyo mahirap-hirap ng konti. Dito po titingnan natin kasi yung connection nung output natin dito po sa adjacent or contiguous, doon po sa output noong pong original contract or ongoing contract, that there must be a necessary connection nito pong output with the original contract. So medyo mahirap-hirap ng konti. But you have to, maaari po nating ma-justify yung necessary connection po ng dalawa. Okay, so what are the conditions with regards to adjacent or contiguous? Ito po mga conditions na ito dapat masatisfy lahat. Una, dapat yung original contract ay public bidding ang nangyari. Ito pong alin ang original contract? Ito po yung ongoing contract. So it has to be done through competitive bidding. Pangalawa, ito pong adjacent or contiguous should have a similar or related scope of work with the original contract. So halimbawa, kung building man yon, yung adjacent or contiguous, building din dapat. Similar or related scope of work. Di ba? Pero kung halimbawa nagpapatayo ka ng building, pagkatapos sasabihin mo yung adjacent or contiguous ay gagawa ka ng kalsada na kahit malapit ay hindi naman siya related scope of work. So pwede pong hindi siya adjacent or contiguous na masasabi po natin that would fall under this modality. Pangatlo po is within the contracting capacity of the contractor. So dahil po i-award po natin ito doon sa contractor or consultant na meron pong ongoing project sa atin, madadagdagan po ang kanyang trabaho, dapat nasa contracting capacity niya pa yan. Paano po natin madedetermine na ito po ay nasa kanyang contracting capacity? Titingnan po natin yung mga documentary requirements na isinabmit po sa atin. Nandyan po yung pick-up license at yung kanya pong registration. So titingnan po natin niya yung kanyang allowable range of contract cost sa kanyang registration. Baka pag dinagdag po natin yung original contract at itong adjacent or contiguous, lalampas na doon sa kanyang kapasidad para maggawa ng proyekto base sa kanyang registration, yung allowable range of contract cost. So yun po, titingnan po natin. And of course, titingnan po natin sa kanyang net financial. Yun po ay pagdating sa technical. Ito naman po pagdating sa financial, yung net financial contracting capacity. Kasi nga po, baka yung kanyang kakayahan na ma-implement yan financially ay hindi niya nakaya dahil meron nga pong siyang ongoing project sa atin, dadagdagan pa natin ng another ongoing project sa kanya. Another project, new project, which is the adjacent or contiguous, then baka hindi niya nakaya as far as his financial capability is concerned. And of course, financial capability is measured by the NFCC or the net financial contracting capacity. So magko-compute po kayo. Yung nyo po yung kanyang net financial contracting capacity base dun sa formula po ng ating IRR at titingnan po natin na kung ano po yung remaining works. I think ang dapat po natin titingnan dito yung kanyang remaining works doon sa ongoing plus the new works na adjacent or contiguous. Then another condition din po. Okay, so marami pong kondisyon yan. Lahat po dapat ito. Ito po ay kasama din po itong bullet dito doon po sa kanyang contracting capacity. So in determining also the single largest completed contract, the NNFCC and the pickup license, the sum, ito po yung sinasabi ko, yung remaining works po niya, yun ang titingnan po natin. Kasi yung ongoing niya, yung natapos niya na yun, di ba? So siguro naman po fair na nagawa niya na yun eh. So yung kanyang both the contracting capacity niya and yung kanyang financial capacity, wag na nating measurein yung natapos na. Doon na lang sa naiiwan plus ito pong ABC ng adjacent or contiguous. So yun po yung titingnan natin. Okay. Then another po is dapat ang presyo tulad din po sa repeat order sa goods, same price or lower unit prices as the original contract, less mobilization cost. So wala pong mobilization cost kasi nga po adjacent or contiguous. Wala pong dahilan si bidder na si contractor na mag-claim ng mobilization cost. Andyan na yan eh. Andyan ka na eh. Katabi lang yung gagawin mo, malapit lang, ba't ka maghihingi ng mobilization cost? Because otherwise, si contractor hihingi ng mobilization cost, di pa public bidding po dapat natin. Then, magkano ba ang limit ng threshold ng adjacent or contiguous? The ABC of the adjacent or contiguous should not exceed the contract amount of the ongoing project. In other words, up to 100% of the contract amount of your ongoing project. So halimbawa, meron kang ongoing project na nanalo siya at 50 million, pwedeng another 50 million, yun po ang threshold for the adjacent or contiguous. The next, wala po dapat slippage or delay yung si contractor. So negative slippage or delay at of course dapat satisfactory yung kanyang performance at the time of the negotiation. At ang panghuli po ay negotiation ay dapat simulan natin bago matapos yung original contract, including any extensions that had been granted to the contractor or the consultant. So lahat po ng conditions na ito ay dapat masatisfy para po makapag-recommend tayo ng negotiated procurement adjacent or contiguous. Okay po? So meron pa ba? Ito naman po ay yung agency to agency. This is section 53.5 of the IRR. Applicable po ang agency to agency sa goods, sa infra, at sa consulting services. Kailan po nangyayari yung negotiated procurement emergency, agency to agency? If you are procuring from another agency of the government that has the mandate, ito pong agency, ang tawag po natin ito ay servicing agency that has the mandate to deliver the goods or the services to be undertaken, or the infrastructure project to be undertaken, or the consultancy services. So yan po. So yun po yung agency to agency, another agency of the government. Ano po ang mga conditions para magamit natin itong negotiated procurement agency to agency? Una po ay dapat ang gagawin po muna natin as a procuring entity ay magpo-cost benefit analysis po tayo para ma-justify natin na entering into an agency to agency agreement with another government agency or servicing agency would be more efficient and economical for the government, for the procuring entity. Pangalawa, dapat yung servicing agency has the absorptive capacity to undertake the project. Baka marami nang ginagawa yung servicing agency na yon na hindi niya na kaya, although may mandato siya, hindi niya na kayang gawin yung proyekto na yon. At ang pangatlo, the servicing agency owns or has access to the necessary tools and equipment required for the project. So ganyan po ang agency to agency agreement. Pwede rin po na, halimbawa, kayo yung servicing agency. Pwede ba yung municipality namin maging servicing agency? Pwede naman, halimbawa, si DPWH, may mga project. At as far as DPWH, hindi niya na kaya. So, at tingin nila kaya ng LGU ninyo, para sa LGU nyo naman yung project na yon. Pwede pong mag-enter sila to an agency to agency agreement with you. Now the municipality or the LGU is the servicing agreement. So dapat one of the conditions dapat yung servicing agency owns or has access to the necessary tools. In other words, kung halimbawa may infra project si DPWH at kayo yung servicing agency, meron kayong mga kagamitan, meron kayong mga equipment, meron kayong mga heavy equipment na pag-aari ninyo o meron kayong access. So pwede din namang hindi kayo ang may-ari ng mga tools, meron kayong access na maaari nyong marentahan or of course mabili later on pagkailangan na para po magamit doon sa project na yon. So ganun po yung mga condition po natin. Okay, paano po yung proseso or the procedural guidelines? So the end user unit shall justify to the BAC that the resort to A2A is more efficient and economical to the government. Dito po papasok yung cost-benefit analysis para titingnan po yung yung cost and the benefit ng paggamit po ng A2A. So the end user shall secure a certificate from the relevant officer of the servicing agency that the latter complies with the conditions. Ano pong sinasabi doon sa certification po na yon ng servicing agency? That the servicing agency has the mandate to implement that particular project, and of course the servicing agency has the absorptive capacity, that the servicing agency owns or has access to the tools. So ganun po yung more or less yung laman po ng certification na yon. Then the BAC shall issue a resolution recommending the use of A2A to the head of the procuring entity, and of course the hope will enter into a MOA. So ang kontrata po dito is in the form of a MOA dahil another government agency po siya upon approval of the BAC recommendation. So diba? Alam naman po natin lahat yan. Okay. So yan po ang section 53.5 or yung agency to agency agreement. At ang sunod po ay yung medyo bago po itong modality na ito. Marami po siguro sa inyo
Hello po, sir.
sorry, na-disconnect po ako. So let me just go back. Okay, so as I was saying, marami po siguro sa inyo hindi pa nakakagamit nitong modality because relatively new po itong modality na ito. So ito po yung scientific, scholarly, or artistic work, exclusive technology, and media services. Applicable po ito sa procurement of goods, particular procurement of infra, and procurement of consulting services. Ano po yung mga ipoprocure po natin na maaari pong pumasok po dito sa modality na ito? Po-procure po natin work of art. Yan, mga ano ba ang tawag diyan? Artistic work, mga trabaho ng like paintings, yan. At sa mga LGU po natin, sa tingin ko po may mga alam nagpapagawa kayo ng rebulto sa harap po ng plaza, yan, commission work, papakomission po natin, or services of an artist or a specific artistic skill. Ang example po dito ay isang mga awit or singer or a performer. Kung wala po tayong mga ng pandemic nito, baka sa mga piyesta, sa anniversary ng ating pong pagkatatatag ng ating pong munisipyo, mayroon po tayong mga activities na ginagawa. Mag-i-invite po si Mayor na mga performer para mag-entertain po sa ating mga kababayan, maaari pong pumasok dito. A poet, yan. So, para po sa mag-perform sa ating po sa plaza. A writer, manunulat. A painter, or a sculptor. Yeah. So yan po yung mga work of art, anything that would fall under that. Commission or scientific, academic, scholarly work or research or legal services. So mayroon pong mga, it could fall at consulting services ito na maaari po scientific sa academic, scholarly work or research or legal services. Another is highly specialized life-saving medical equipment. Lalong-lalo na ngayon, may mga bibilhin po siguro ang ating munisipyo na mga gamit para po sa hospital po natin na life-saving equipment na highly specialized, certified by the Department of Health. Pwede na po natin magamit po itong modality na ito. So sa goods po yan. Maaari din po na, may na-miss ba ako? Ito pa, scientific, technical, economic, business, trade, or legal journal. So may mga magazine po, or journals, or papers, or subscription. Maaari din po magamit po natin ito. Media documentation, advertisement, or announcement through television, radio, newspaper, internet, and other communication media. And sa infra naman, construction or installation of an infrastructure facility where the material, equipment, or technology is under a proprietary right that can only be obtained from the same contractor. So kanina yung direct contracting po natin, hindi pwede ito dahil infra po ito. So sa goods po lang po yung direct contracting. So kung dito naman sa infra na mayroon proprietary right, maaari po ito yung magamit natin under negotiated procurement, scientific, scholarly, artistic work, or exclusive technology. So doon po sa exclusive technology. Okay, ano po yung mga documentary requirements na kailangan na hanapin po natin or i-require po natin pag ito po yung modality? Nandyan po yung mayor's permit sa consulting services, professional license or CV, of course, PhilJobs registration number, and income, business tax returns, if the ABC is 500,000 or more, or at least 500,000. So, ano po ang proseso? Andiyan din po yung market study para po ma-determine nga natin yung source ng supply pa natin and for the end user to have the justification to propose that it be done through this particular modality. And of course, i-recommend ng BAC itong mode na ito at kung nasa APP na po natin, direct negotiation with a supplier, a contractor or consultant can be done by the BAC and will recommend to the HOPE the award of contract to whoever they have successfully negotiated with na supplier, contractor, or consultant. So, napakasimple po ng proseso. Okay, that is negotiated procurement, scientific, scholarly, artistic work, exclusive technology, and media services. Ang pangpito po natin ay yung highly technical consultant. So applicable lang po ito sa consulting services dahil sa pangalan pala, consultant, highly technical consultant. So kailan po na ginagamit natin ito? When we are procuring consultancy contract involving an individual consultant. So take note, ito pong modality na ito ay pwede lang magamit natin ito pag ang hire po natin ay individual consultant, tao, hindi po firm, hindi po halimbawa korporasyon or a partnership. It has to be an individual consultant who is found to be legally, technically, and financially capable. Okay, so ano po yung mga conditions o condition na maaari pong magamit natin itong modality na ito, the work or the services or the consulting services na hinahanap po natin ay involves highly technical or proprietary. Highly technical or proprietary, or yung pangalawa, primarily confidential or policy determining, where trust and confidence are the primary consideration in the hiring of the individual consultant. So dapat andun po yan, highly technical or proprietary or primarily confidential or policy determining. And the second, the term should, at the most should be 6 months. So may limitation po sa term ng consultant, 6 months. However, maaari pong ma-renew. So kung lalampas na 6 months at hindi pa tapos yung service na kailangan po natin, maaari pong i-renew at the option ng ating pong appointing HOPE. But in no case, yung limitation naman, in no case to exceed the term of the HOPE. So atin po sa mga LGUs, so may term po si Mayor. So 6 months, then maaaring i-renew. However, renew, hindi lalampas doon sa kanyang term. Okay? So yun po ang conditions pagdating po sa highly technical consultant. Take note, magagamit po natin ito pag individual. What if hindi po individual yung then hindi po itong modality na ito ang gagamitin siguro natin. Maybe you can use a small value procurement. Maaari naman po siguro doon. Kasi dito po, individual consultant. Okay, so this is section number 7 or 53.7. Hindi pa tayo tapos. So ano yung mga documentary requirements? Nandiyan po yung mayor's permit, dahil po consultancy, professional license or CV, and PhilJEP's registration number. Kung yung individual consultant po ay wala pong mayor's permit, kasi hindi naman po talaga negosyo niya, maaari pong yung BIR Certificate of Registration will replace the mayor's permit. Nagbabayad po siya sa BIR, registered po siya, then yung BIR Certificate of Registration will replace for that. Okay, so Defense Cooperation Agreement. This is section 53.8, but hindi po applicable po ito sa atin. Kasi po ito ay applicable siya sa goods, sa consulting services. However, if you look at the conditions, ito po ay definitely, even yung definition, it covers procurement of major defense equipment or material defense-related consultancy or material defense-related consultancy service. So let's skip this one. Hindi po natin yan kailangan as far as our LGUs are concerned. Okay? So dito tayo, ito yung favorite ninyo. Small value procurement. This is now 53.9. Okay, small value procurement. Kailan nyo ginagamit ang small value procurement? So pwede po ito sa procurement ng goods, infra, and consulting services. Ginagamit po natin ito pag hindi po siya covered doon sa shopping. So una pong tinitingnan nyo, dahil nga favorite nyo yung shopping, so titingnan nyo, shopping ba? Pwede ba tayo shopping? Ay, goods lang pala ang shopping. O hindi siya pwede sa shopping, ay dito tayo sa small value procurement. So ganun po yung proseso natin. When it does not fall under shopping, small value po tayo, maaari pong modality ang appropriate na gagamitin po natin. So ano po yung threshold ng small value o for national government agencies, GOCCs, GFI, SUCs, 1 million po. Tulad din po ng shopping B, 1 million din yan. Of course, pagdating po sa atin sa LGUs, yung threshold ng shopping B, yun din ang threshold natin pagdating sa small value procurement. Okay, so ano po ang proseso sa small value procurement? Parehas din ba doon sa shopping B? Ito po yan ha. The BAC shall prepare and send the RFQ. Of course, mayroon po tayong posting ha. May posting po tayo dito. Okay, so the BAC shall prepare and send the RFQ, RFP to at least 3 suppliers, contractors, or consultants of known qualification. So magsesend po kayo ng at least 3 quotation. So the procurement activity, except with ABC 50,000 and below, ay ipopos po natin. So do not forget that. Ipopos po natin sa PhilYEF's website, sa website po natin sa conspicuous place. However, yung posting po natin ay hindi na po 7 calendar days, kundi 3 calendar days lang. Okay. Ito po yung malaking difference nito sa shopping B. Dahil doon sa shopping B, dapat nagpadala po kayo ng at least 3 quotation at makatanggap po kayo ng at least 3 quotation. Must po yun, meaning mandatory. In small value procurement, nagpadala po kayo ng 3 quotation at natanggap nyo lang ay 1 quotation. So receipt of at least 1 quotation is sufficient to proceed with the evaluation. So yan po, ang difference natin sa shopping B. Okay? So this is small value procurement. Ano po ang mga, ito po yung threshold po natin sa small value procurement na parehas po doon sa threshold ng shopping B. Ano po ang proseso? Excuse me po. Ano po ang proseso sa negotiated procurement small value? So the end user unit will prepare the RFQ or RFP. Then ipopost po natin sa PhilYEF's, sa website po natin kung meron, and conspicuous place for 3 calendar days. Maliban na lang po for ABC of 50,000 and below. Okay? At actually, so extended deadline kung wala po tayo natanggap na quotation. And of course, aside from posting the quotation, you send the RFQ or the RFP to at least 3 suppliers, but receipt of 1 RFQ will already be sufficient. Then prepare the abstract of quotation and award the LCB to LCB or SRB or SCB, single calculated and eventually responsive quotation or single rated responsive quotation that complies with our requirements. So ganun po ang proseso sa small value procurement. At pagdating naman sa documentary requirements, ito po yung mga documentary requirements. Andyan po yung mayor's permit. Kung consultancy services po ang pinoprocure natin, of course, andyan yung professional license or CV. PhilJeff's registration number, kung infra, PCAB license, if ABC is 500,000 and above, income or business tax returns, at kung ang ABC is 500,000 and above, 50,000, not 500,000, 50,000, above 50,000, omnibus sworn statement. So take note of that. ABC above 50,000, require na po natin ang omnibus sworn statement. So those are the documentary requirements. Okay. So yan po yung section 53.9, small value procurement. Then we proceed to 53.10, list of real property and venue. Okay. So for procurement, covering list of real property or venue for official use. Okay, so ano yung kondisyon? Dapat, of course, the end user will justify resorting to list of real property para baka po mas beneficial na instead na mag-lease, dapat mag-construct na lang kayo or i-repair ninyo yung real property nyo na nandyan na although luma na para magamit po natin. So yan, ganyan po, kasama po yan sa mga cost-benefit analysis po natin. Okay? Then the technical specification shall be prepared. So gagawa po ng technical specification. Of course, the technical specification will contain, for example, the area, the location, the accessibility, yung mga facilities na laman, and may mga iba pa pong factors. Para guided po kayo, meron pong rating factor sa Appendix B ng Annex H ng ating pong IRR. Makikita nyo po yung rating factor doon. Okay? You can use that rating factor or you can add any other factors. Bawat factor na gagawin po ninyo, meron po kayong rate na ibibigay. Of course, ang total niyan 100%. At ibig sabihin ba nito, i-rate ninyo at dahil po ito i-rate parang consulting services, highest rated ba? Hindi po. I-rate po natin para po matingnan ninyo kung papasa siya. Mayroon po kayong gagawing passing score. So may passing score. Halimbawa, para ma-consider nyo na responsive siya sa requirement nyo, dapat ang passing score niya ay 80, for example, doon sa rating factor. So lahat ng pumasok sa passing score na 80, i-compare natin yung kanila mga presyo at i-award po natin sa pinakamababang presyo that passes our rating factor. So ganyan po yung proseso doon sa rating factor na yon. Okay, para po mayroon po kayong basihan para pag ma-rate ninyo na responsive siya doon sa inyo pong technical specifications. So ano po ang proseso natin? So the BAC shall invite at least 3 prospective lessors or venues within the vicinity of the selected location. So meron na kayong naiisip na location. Halimbawa, venue. Meron kayong training na gagawin. Ano bang location natin? Dito lang sa lugar natin. So papadalhan nyo ng quotation, yun lang nandun sa area na gusto ninyo na location. Halimbawa, gusto nyo lumabas sa inyong bayan. Gusto nyo pumunta sa malayo-layo. Na-miss nyo na dahil nga matagal nang hindi nakaka-travel. Lumayo naman tayo. Saan ba yung gusto nyo pumunta? Punta tayo ng Tagaytay. Doon sa Tagaytay, yun yung selected location ninyo, magpapadala kayo ng 3 kung venue man yan, doon sa Tagaytay para mag-submit sila ng kanilang quotation. Pero 3 po yun. Pero nakatanggap kayo ng isang quotation, sufficient na yon to proceed with the evaluation. So ganyan po ang proseso natin sa list of real property and venue. Maaari po naman na yung publicly owned na real property. Actually, dapat prefer po natin ito. Kung may available po na pag-aari ng gobyerno na marerehentan po natin, that is preferred over privately owned. Okay? So, yan po. What if meron na po kayong na-list na real property? Hindi na venue to, real property. So, nagre-renta kayo ngayon. Taon-taon ba ay magpo-procure kayo? Okay? Normally po kasi ang lease contract is good for 1 year. Hindi na po kailangan mag-procure po tayo taon-taon. Pag na-procure po kayo, bago mag-expire yung lease contract, ang gagawin po natin, particularly the end user unit, magko-cost benefit analysis na naman. I-assess po yung quality ng service, yung ating pong lessor, or yung even the facility itself, nasasatisfy pa ba yung pangangailangan natin? Baka kailangan nyo ng mas malaki na facility na ililis and so on and so forth. So may cost-benefit analysis po tayo. If the result of the CBA will continue to favor the existing lessor, then the procuring entity may simply renew the lease contract. Okay, kung hindi na favorable sa atin, then maaari na po tayong mag-procure ng another lease contract. Which means that isasama na natin sa ating APP at ilalagay na natin negotiated procurement list of real property and venue yung ating mode of procurement. Okay, so yan na po ang proseso po natin pagdating po sa list of real property and venue. Ano naman po yung mga documentary requirements? Of course, pag public property po yan, wala na po tayong documentary requirements. Sa private lessors, you will require the mayor's permit, PhilJEP's registration number, and income and business tax returns. Okay, so yan po. Okay, NGO participation. Ito po ay Section 53.11 na. 11 na ito. 14 ito. So mayroon pa tayong 4 including this one. Okay, applicable po itong NGO participation, procurement of goods, infra, and consulting services. Kailan pwede natin magamit po ito? Ito po ay magagamit natin if an appropriation law or ordinance. So in your case, meron pong ordinansa na pinalabas ang inyong sangguniang bayan na nag-earmark ng pondo na ito ay dapat i-contract sa NGO. So may ganun pong halimbawa na ordinansa kayo. Okay? So dahil meron pong ordinansa na nagsasabi na itong project na ito ay para lang sa NGO, maaari po kayong mag-negotiated procurement through NGO participation. In other words, you negotiate only with NGOs. Okay? So, however, maaari din pong you do it by public bidding. Sa public bidding, ang participants din lang mga NGO. Ganun din po ang situation dito. So, ano po yung procedural guidelines po natin gagawin sa negotiated procurement? So the BAC shall invite at least 3 prospective NGOs to submit sealed price quotations with complete project proposals. Okay, so limited lang po ito sa mga NGO din lang yung imbitahan natin. Dahil meron pong ngang ordinansa or an appropriation law which earmarks an amount specifically for NGOs. Then upon determination of the lowest calculated responsive quotation, okay, coming from any of the NGOs, and after submission and evaluation of the eligibility documents, then the procuring entity will enter into a MOA with the eligible NGO. So yan po yung NGO. Okay, pang ilan na yon? Pang 11. Pang 12, community participation. Yan. Applicable lang po ito sa goods sa infra. Ito po ay maaaring magamit po natin sa ating mga LGU. Kailan po natin maaaring magamit ito? If yung sa community participation would involve people in a community in projects to address their own community needs. So marami po tayo sa ating mga munisipyo na meron po tayong project for a specific community, which would involve the participation of the local community in the delivery of goods. Sila na mismo yung magdi-deliver ng goods, including the delivery of services na hindi po consulting services or simple infrastructure projects. So, isa din po sa mga dahilan kung bakit gagamitin po natin yung community participation dahil po this would ensure project sustainability or achieve certain specific social objective. Meron pong ownership yung community doon po sa project kasi yung project ay para sa kanila, and at the same time sila po ang mag-i-implement anong project na yon. Sasali po sila parang doon po sa project at para i-award po sa kanila at sila na po yung magdi-deliver ng goods, magdi-deliver ng service, or magdi-deliver po ng gagawa ng simple infrastructure projects. Hindi ko po madidiscuss itong community participation in detail. Pag tiningnan nyo po yung Annex H, wala pong masyadong, wala pong detalyado doon dahil meron pong manual on community participation. Ito pong manual on community participation ay madadownload po natin sa website ng GPPB, but we were informed last time na ina-update po itong manual on community participation. The last time I checked ito pong manual of community participation, for example, sa pagdating po sa mga municipality, may threshold din po ito. Sa province, may threshold. Sa municipality, pag goods po, 500,000 ang threshold. Pag infra, 750,000. Alam ko po ang isa sa mga nagiging problem natin pagdating po kung sa mga municipality or community, wala po silang resibo, wala po silang mga registration, wala silang mga mayor's permit. Makahanapan niyo po, hindi po nila kayang ma-provide 'yon. Dito po sa Manual on Community Participation, hindi naman po kailangan yung mga sumusunod na 'yon. So it's very important na pag-aralan po natin ito dahil maaari po natin magamit itong modality po ng community participation. Then, yung ating pong, ito po yung proseso sa community participation. You prepare the request for quotation, okay? Reflect the brief description of the project, the specifications of the scope of work, the ABC, and other necessary information. Ipopost po natin ang RFQ. Kailangan ba sa PhilJeps? Hindi po. Post the RFQ in the website of the procuring entity kung meron, the premises of the procuring entity, and at least 3 conspicuous places where the project will be implemented. Halimbawa, ay kung sa isang barangay i-implement yan, o doon sa barangay hall, or doon sa market, so any conspicuous place, o doon po sa terminal ng jeep, mga ganun po, for a period of at least 3 calendar days. Should less than 3 quotation is obtained, the box shall continue the procurement process. So kahit less than 3 quotation na nakuha po natin, tuloy po yung procurement process. The opening of sealed quotation shall use non-discretionary pass or fail criterion. In case of approval, the hope shall issue. Para din po ito yung doon sa ating Pacquiao contracting system. Di ba? Sa Pacquiao contracting system, may Pacquiao labor groups na iimbitahan ninyo. At least 3 din po siya, ang requirement po doon. Pero ang threshold po doon, 500,000. Di ba? Yung maximum na kontrata po natin sa Pacquiao, contract 500,000. Dito po sa community participation, mas malaki yung threshold po natin siya dito. So, pero similar po siya. Kaya lang sa Pacquiao, limited lang po tayo sa infra. Dito po sa community participation, pwede po siya sa goods, pwede po siya sa services, at pwede din po siya sa simple infrastructure projects. Okay, so second to the last, procurement from United Nations agencies, international organizations, international financing institutions. Siguro po hindi naman po natin masyadong ginagamit ito kasi although applicable po yun sa goods, sa infra, consulting services, pero ito po covers procurement from United Nations agencies, okay, or international organizations. Ano po ang mabibili natin doon? Maaari po kasi yung mga off-the-shelf na goods in the fields of education and health. Kailangan nyo ng halimbawa bumili ng ano ba mga kwan doon? May mga gamot, meron din pong sa population, ano nga ba yun? Yung population control, hindi ko kasi ginagamit yun. So specialized products where the number of suppliers is limited. Example, vaccines and drugs, or goods, infrastructure projects and consulting services involving advanced technology. So most likely po, hindi natin nagagamit ito. Ito pong panghuli, isa pong bago modality. Ito pong tinatawag na direct retail purchase of petroleum, oil, and lubricant, or POL, POL products and airline tickets. So dalawa po dito, POL products and airline tickets. So sana pag bumalik na po yung normal na pwede na po tayo mag-travel by air, maaari na po natin magamit din ito. So, in view of the volume of queries, so marami po kasi nagtatanong, na-experience din po namin ito as trainer, tatanungin nyo po kami, paano yung pag-procure ng mga gasoline and so on, ano bang gagamitin namin? Normally po, ang sinasagot namin doon is small value procurement. Ngayon po, dahil meron na po tayong modality na specific for the POL products, pati airline tickets, ito na po yung mode of procurement natin. Okay, so ano pong sinasabi? So this is a new provision nga. This is now section 53.14 ng ating pong IRR. At sinasabi po dito yung direct retail purchase of POL and airline tickets may be made by end user. So diretso na po tayong bibili ng by retail. Retail po, hindi naman kayo bibili siguro ng in bulk, hindi po in bulk. Retail, sakarga po sa mga sasakyan natin. Or of course, may biyahe po tayo, bibili po tayo ng ticket para mababiyahe po yung on official travel. Make sure official travel po yon. Okay, by sino ang bibili? The end user unit from kanino bibili? Identified direct suppliers or service providers. Maaari pong i-delegate na po itong direct retail purchase to a specific official. So pwedeng tao or personnel or a committee or office in the procuring entity, para sila na mismo ang mag-conduct ng direct retail purchase. Okay? Pagdating naman po doon sa mga bulk purchases natin, or even some purchases pwede namang hindi in bulk, maaari din po through public bidding. Yan. So, public bidding, ang gawin po natin, lalong-lalo kung buong taon kinakailangan. So, meron po naman, andun pa rin naman po kung gusto ninyong by public bidding. So pero pinapayagan po itong direct retail purchase. So ano po yung conditions dito? So the POL requirements necessary for the operations of the procuring entity shall be reflected in the APP. So take note again, dapat nasa APP including provisions for foreseeable emergencies based on historical records. Direct purchase must be made from any available retailer, dealers, or gas station. So pinapayagan po na diretso na tayong bumili kahit sinong available na dealer, supplier, or gas station. So pwede pong iba-iba ang mga supplier na yan. Nandyan po yung Shell, nandyan yung Petro, nandyan po yung Calte, or kung ano-ano pa, di ba? Iba-iba po yan. So the POL procurement must be intended for any official government vehicle. So take note, dapat sa public vehicles po natin or official vehicle po ng ating pong procuring entity, hindi po private. For immediate consumption. Payment, paano pagbabayad? Pwede po dito, although hindi na supposed to be covered ng ating procurement yung pagbabayad, pero kinover na rin po diyan kasi palagi din po tinatanong, pwede bang cash advance? Pwede bang reimbursement? Dito po, malinaw na sinasabi, yes, pwedeng through cash advance, pwedeng through reimbursement, or other allowable payment modalities. Okay, so yan po. So ngayon, medyo malinaw na po sa atin na ang mode of procurement natin dito is direct retail purchase under negotiated procurement. Sa airline tickets naman po, paano? Yan. Maaari din po direct purchase ng airline ticket for official travel within the fiscal year. Again, dapat nasa APP na naman natin siya. At kanino tayo magde-direct purchase? Any commercial airline or any ticketing office. Yan. At fairly reasonable rates. So, nakalagay naman po. Of course, ang presyo naman po dyan ay dictated nila. Sila naman po ang, at of course, depende po kung kailan natin binili yan, bibili yan. Kung malapit na po sa flight natin, mas mahal na. So nasa atin na po siguro ang titingnan natin na maging reasonable yung rate. And of course, pag pinili nyo yung hindi economy, siyempre mas mataas ang presyo po doon. And must be in accordance with existing rules and regulations governing official, local, and foreign travels of the government. Meron po tayong tinatawag na alternative documentary requirements, but I'll not go through this because I know that diniscuss na po ito sa inyo, I think during day 1 of your discussion or kung hindi man day 1, day 2, doon sa efficient procurement activities, yung mga alternative documentary requirements. Okay, so hindi ko na po siya, dito po tayo. Sa alternative methods of procurement, kailangan din ba ng warranty security? Kailangan ba ang performance security? So para po malinaw po sa atin, sa limited source bidding, kailangan po ang performance warranty. Okay. Warranty security, well, pag goods lang po, kailangan ng warranty security. Dahil pagdating po sa consulting services, wala pong warranty security sa consulting services. Okay. Direct contracting, wala pong performance security required. Pero warranty security, goods, take note, goods po ang direct contracting. Okay, so warranty security, yes. Repeat order goods, hindi na po kailangan ng performance security, kailangan ng warranty security. To-fail biddings, kailangan ng performance security, then kailangan ng warranty security kung ito po ay hindi consulting services. So goods or infra lang, kailangan ng warranty security. Emergency cases, kailangan ng performance security depending on the nature of the procurement. So pag infra, kailangan. Ganun din po yung small value procurement. Kailangan ng performance security pag infra. Warranty security, kailangan ng warranty security depending again on the nature of procurement. Goods and infra, kailangan ng warranty security. Takeover of contracts, infra po ito, kailangan ng performance security at warranty security. Adjacent or contiguous, infra and consulting, kailangan ng performance security pero warranty security kung infra lang. Then yung latest update po natin, diniscuss din po ito sa inyo na maaari pong performance securing declaration, yung performance security other than the other forms of performance security, but only during a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine, pwedeng performance securing declaration ang performance security. Pag hindi, wala pong calamity or community quarantine, ay yung normal po na performance security. Okay? Knowledge check tayo, Janelle, and then I think we're done. Then we will have the open forum.
Yes,
Wala
sir.
na ba tayo? May knowledge check. Oh. Kung wala na tayong knowledge check, I'm done with my presentation and I'm open for the open forum. Otherwise, we can have the knowledge check first.
Yes po. Last knowledge check po. In small value procurement, the omnibus sworn statement shall be required
Hello,
only for
Janelle. Are you still
procurement.
around? Are you still there?
Yes, sir. Yes po. Can you hear me po, sir? Hello po. At this point po, we'll take a 5-minute short break po. And after our break, our resource speaker will join us po again for the open forum.
Okay, Miss Janelle. 5 minutes break.
Sir, can we answer lang po our last knowledge check?
Can you flash again, Janelle, yung knowledge check question natin? Okay, in small value procurement, the omnibus sworn statement shall be required only for procurement projects with ABC of above 50,000. The answer is true. Majority of our participants, 92%, got it correct. So kanina na-highlight natin kasi yung una, na-mention ko 500,000 and specifically, correct ko yung sarili ko, above 50,000. And of course, naging malinaw po sa atin lahat. So, okay, good. So, I'm now open to your questions. Janelle, meron ba na tayong mga questions dyan?
Yes, sir. At this point, we will be having the open forum. Our technical team has gathered your questions in the Zoom chat box and Facebook comment section. So our first question po, is Red PhilJeps registration accepted for alternative mode of procurement?
For other alternative mode of procurement. So kanina po, nung sinimulan natin yung general guidelines, na-mention nga po natin yung PhilJeps registration number. Okay? So yung PhilJeps registration number na requirement po yan ay acceptable po doon sa red yon. In other words, dahil yung red po, wala po siyang certificate, but they have a PhilJeps registration number. So, ito po yung accepted po siya doon sa alternative mode of procurement na na-mention po natin kanina. In other words, doon po sa hindi na-mention, particularly doon po sa negotiated procurement, to-fail bidding, dahil ang kailangan po doon ay yung platinum mismo. Doon naman po sa iba na hindi na-mention yung particular alternative mode of procurement, in other words, hindi po kailangan na mag-require kayo ng PhilJeps registration number. So, ganun po ang rule po natin dyan.
Next question po. Do we need to include in the APP pa po yung expenditures like subscription, internet new lines, share rentals, food or snacks for training, or is it sufficient na may approved program receipts and expenditures po for those items?
Dapat po kasama pa rin sa ating APP dahil this would still involve procurement, yung subscription po natin ng internet. So kung new lines or even may existing line po tayo, ay sasama po pa rin po natin yan. Kaya lang dahil sa existing line, normally po ang mode po natin doon ay direct contracting na kasi nire-renew na lang po natin siya. So chair rentals, may procurement po tayo dito. Food snacks for training, meron po din po tayong procurement dito. Then therefore you have to include that in your annual procurement plan kahit na meron na po kayong approved program receipts and expenditures.
Next question
po.
How about if there are no PhilJeps registered supplier in the area wherein purchase therein is the most practical and advantageous to PE for small value procurements like local materials, etc.?
Kung small value procurement po ang mode of procurement natin, ang requirement po ay PhilJeps registration number. Okay, so nilinaw po natin yan. Ngayon, kung hindi pa po sila registered supplier, maaari naman po na yung submission ng PhilJeps registration number ay maaari po siya as a condition for award or prior to award. In other words, for purposes of getting the quotation, maaari po kayo makakuha ng quotation from them kahit hindi po sila registered sa PhilJeps, but as I have highlighted kanina, maaari nyo pong tulungan sila para mag-register sa PhilJeps. And of course, ano ang motivation sa kanila para mag-register sa PhilJeps? Meron na kayong i-award sa kanila. Ready for award sa kanila yung hiningi yung quotation dahil sila yung pinakamababa at responsive to your requirement. Then therefore, the motivation to register is there. Otherwise, ayaw pa rin nilang mag-register, hindi nyo i-award sa kanila. Di ho ba? But kung small value, mayroon na kayong quotation. Di ho ba? So sa sinasabi natin sa small value procurement, receipt of one quotation is enough. So long as meron po kayo yung pinakamababa, halimbawa, ayaw niyo mag-register. Then doon kayo sa pangalawa na gustong mag-register or yung pangatlo na gustong mag-register. So meron kayong na-comply nyo po yung tatlong quotation or yung kung isa lang ang nakuha natin at siya ay willing mag-register sa PhilJeps, makakapag-comply pa rin po tayo pagdating po sa small value procurement. So na-satisfy po yung sinasabi nyo na most practical and advantageous na bibili po kayo sa local and the local supplier na hindi registered sa PhilJeps, mapipilitan po siya because of an incentive, which is the motivation na ready na kayong i-award sa kanya dahil po siya po yung na-identify nyo na lowest calculated, responsive, of course, subject to registration with the PhilJeps. Yan po.
Yes po. Next question, please. Sa limited source bidding, pre-selection of suppliers, kailangan pa po ba ng recommendation ng TWG?
Depende po yan sa Bids and Awards Committee because maaari pong sabihin ng BAC na yung TWG ang mag-conduct ng pre-selection. So if of course following the criteria for the pre-selection process. So kung ang TWG po ang nag-conduct ng pre-selection process, then the TWG necessarily will have to make the recommendation for the BAC. For the BAC to consider kasi sila trabaho talaga ng BAC yung pag-pre-select kung wala pang relevant government authority na nakapag-conduct ng pre-selection process. So the answer is yes, kung binigyan po ang TWG ng trabaho na yon.
Okay po.
Diba?
Next question po. Hanggang kailan po ang direct contracting sa mga spare parts para sa mga napagbilhan ng mga sasakyan? May certain period po ba?
Actually, pag binasa po natin ang section 50 point B, yung direct contracting, yung with regards to component or parts from nakalagay po is a condition precedent from existing supplier. Parang ganun po yung wording. I do not have with me. Is necessary to for the suppliers. Medyo nakalimutan ko na. So wala pong period doon. Kailangan po na siguro kung titingnan po natin parang ang dating niya ay habang nandun sa period na covered pa ng warranty, for example. Sigurado po tayo doon na maaari pong covered dito sa direct contracting na ito, na modality na ito. Pero kayo po ang matitingin dahil wala naman pong ganun ka-specific, maaari pa rin po natin na masiguro, halimbawa gusto natin masiguro na yung pong performance ng ating pong existing na machinery or existing vehicle would perform to the maximum kahit na ilang taon na siya, maaari pa din po siguro nating magamit in direct contracting na ito. Lalong-lalo na po, allowed po na tayo na maglagay ng brand name pagdating po doon sa spare parts na yon. So sa tingin ko po ay even beyond the warranty period, you can still resort to direct contracting by providing for the brand name of the specific spare parts or components.
Next question po. Yung procurement of welding supplies and materials can be done through direct contracting?
Well, ang tatanungin niyo po, titingnan niyo po, would it fall under any of the situations or conditions sa direct contracting? Diba? Yung number 1 po ay those items of proprietary nature. So, welding supplies ba ay proprietary nature? Mukhang hindi po. Pangalawa, hindi po siya magpo-fall doon sa pangalawa yung component kasi ang supplies po hindi naman po siya component, necessary component or materials. Yung pangatlo po ay those sold by exclusive dealer or manufacturer. I'm not aware kung mayroong exclusive dealer or manufacturer pagdating po sa welding supply. So, mukha pong wala. Kaya po sa tingin ko po, mukhang hindi po papasok ang direct contracting. Unless ito pong welding supplies na inyo po na am I still connected? Bigla pong may lumabas sa screen kong. Okay, mukhang connected pa ako. Yun pong, unless po yung welding supplies nyo na yan ay something na hindi po in the ordinary na welding supplies na normal in mind po natin, nasa isipan po natin. Okay po. So sa tingin ko po hindi. Hindi pwede ang direct contracting sa welding supplies and materials.
Next question po. Under Shopping B po, what if sa RFQ is incomplete ang quotation and supplier ng supplier? Valid po ba yun?
Ang rule po natin kasi sa quotation ay dapat the quotation or the bid must be complete. So dapat dito naman sa quotation, the quotation must be complete unless pinapayagan po ninyo or doon sa request for quotation ninyo, nakalagay po ninyo doon that a quotation, a partial quotation is acceptable. So if you do not include that in your RFQ, that you are allowing partial quotation, the rule will have to follow, which is the quotation must be complete. Kaya po, ang masasabi ko, kung wala po kayong nilagay doon, then hindi po valid yung quotation kasi incomplete po yung kanyang quotation.
Next question po. In case on the maintenance of air conditioners, which falls on services, and since shopping is not applicable, how are we going to acquire the services of the provider, if I may ask?
Then kung hindi po pwede sa shopping dahil ito pong maintenance ng air conditioner ay services, small value po ang mode of procurement po natin, 'di ba? At sa small value, mas maluwag po. Yun na nga sinasabi ko sa inyo, favorite nyo ang shopping, lalong-lalo na yung shopping B. Ito, shopping B ito. Dahil maintenance po yan. So, regular maintenance yan. Hindi naman po yan unforeseen contingency. So, kailangan po dito sa shopping na B ay 3 quotation. So, mahigpit po siya. At dahil services nga, hindi magpo-fall siya sa shopping B. Doon po siya sa small value. At dahil sa small value, mas maluwag nga po siya. Kahit isang quotation lang ang makuha ninyo, pwede na kayong mag-proceed. So, small value po ang applicable dito and better for you. Less strict than shopping. Pwede na po kayo mag-small value kasi nga po hindi po siya applicable sa shopping. So yung rule po natin, tingnan nyo muna, is it applicable to shopping? Services yan. O does not fall under shopping. Then, small value nyo na titingnan. Yung mode of procurement nyo na ay small value. Okay po? Thank you for that question.
Next question po. Do we need to include in the APP pa po ba yung expenditures? Example.
Tinanong na po yan,
Ay,
Ma'am
tinanong.
Janelle, tinanong na yan kanina. Nasagot na natin yan.
For negotiated procurement under agency to agency, is it really necessary for BAC to issue BAC resolution recommending the adoption of negotiated procurement under agency to agency if such procurement is included in the approved APP with such procurement modality?
Hindi na po kasi nasa APP na at nakalagay na sa APP agency to agency na. So therefore, hindi na kailangan ang BAC resolution recommending agency to agency because the APP itself is already the authority of the BAC to proceed with negotiated procurement agency to agency. Yung kanina yung sinasabi natin na mag-i-issue ng BAC resolution pag ang nakalagay halimbawa sa APP ay ibang procurement modality. For example, nakalagay sa APP ay public bidding. Ngayon may nakita kayo, pwede pa lang mag-agency to agency. So, maaari nang through a BAC resolution, the BAC will recommend the change in the mode of procurement from public bidding to agency agreement. So, yun po yung sinasabi natin kanina. Then, the APP can be revised, modified later on. Okay? So long as meron na kayong BAC resolution at inapprove na ni Hope yung inyong BAC resolution, you can already proceed with the procurement. The APP can be adjusted, modified, updated later on. Okay po?
Next question po. Our concern, sir, is on our accountant side. Kahit nag-serve kami ng 3 RFQ and isa nakabalik, hinihingian kami ng proof na na-serve namin and dapat daw meron pa at least mayor certificate na permit na attached. Ano po ba mainam na gawin regarding this issue?
So I would assume na ito pong mode of procurement po natin dito ay small value. Okay, so sinasabi ninyo nag-serve na kayo ng 3 quotation. So, para may proof po, kasi nga po, ang requirement is at least 3 quotation should be served, okay? Or be given. Okay, so para mayroong proof po kayo, dapat makuha ninyo yung sinerve ninyong quotation. Ang mahirap naman po kasi siguro ay, nag-serve na kami pero hindi nyo naman kinuha yung sinerve ninyo. So, kailangan makuha ninyo po ang neserve ninyo. Paano pagkuha? Kailangan ba? Pwede naman email back sa inyo at lagayan doon no stock. O, ipalagay nyo doon po sa quotation na yon. Pagbalik sa inyo, lagayan po nung sinerba ninyo kung ano yung kanyang sagot doon sa request ninyo ng for quotation. Kung wala, sabihin niya wala siya. Kung ayaw niyang mag-quote, dilagay niya ng ayaw niyang no quotation. Ganon. Para mayroon po kayong proof na nakapag-serve na po kayo. So in that particular case, dahil sinasabi po sa small value, receipt of 1 quotation is enough. However, yung proof naman ng pag-serve, medyo yun ang nagiging problema ninyo. So, pagkuha po ng iba, hindi ibig sabihin na pag naglagay po siya, no quotation, hindi po yun quotation. But at least you have the proof that you served that particular quotation. Di ho ba? So ganon, not interested. O di lagay niya, not interested. Then kunin niyo po yung sinerve yung quotation, nakalagay po doon yung sinabi ng supplier na hindi siya interested, permahan niya yon or whatever. then that would be your evidence for purposes of complying with the requirement that at least 3 quotation should be submitted or served. Okay po. So sana po yun po yung mainam na dapat gawin po natin. Ngayon naman with regards to mayor's permit na attached, again, depende po doon sa request for quotation nyo po na sinabi, nakalagay po dapat doon kailan isasubmit po itong requirements na ito, which includes the mayor's permit. Kung nilagay nyo po doon na ito po ay i-require nyo to be submitted as a condition for award, pagbalik po ng quotation, pwede pa pong walang mayor's permit naka-attach kasi nakalagay po sa inyong request for quotation, hahanapin nyo siya as a condition or prior to award. Pero kung nakalagay nyo po sa quotation ninyo na yung mayor's permit, among other things, ay dapat isubmit niya sa pag-submit niya ng kanyang proposal, then therefore, pagbalik po ng request for quotation, ay talaga pong dapat naka-attach yung mayor's permit doon. So depende po sa inyo. Dapat tingnan ninyo po. Kanina po, diniscuss po natin that the documentary requirements ay maaaring i-require ninyo during the submission of proposal, during the evaluation of proposal, or prior to award. So may tatlo pong option na maaari niyong pagpilian regarding po sa documentary requirements. Okay po?
Last 3 questions po, sir.
Okay.
If the divided contract were bidded, is that considered splitting?
Okay po. So sabi po natin, what is splitting of contract? It is the division or breaking up of contracts into smaller quantities or amount for the purpose or evading or circumventing the requirements of law, including public bidding. So dito, ang ginawa po, dinivide pero biniding pa din. Okay. Ang tanong niya, considered splitting of contract. Pwede pong ang dahilan ay hindi po i-avoid ang public bidding, kundi po ang dahilan ng pag-split ay to avoid any other requirements sa rules. Ano po ang maaaring ina-avoidan niya? Pwede pong pag-split ay para po ma-circumvent yung limited na authority. Halimbawa, meron pong may mga kaso po na halimbawa, as an example, specific example for sa case. Pagdating po sa DPWH, may mga authority po na let's say 50 million and above, nandun po yan sa regional office. Below that, nasa division office or ang tawag po natin ay district engineering office. May ganun po. Or may amount na ganitong amount dapat sa central office. Ngayon, so may limited capacity, contracting capacity yung bawat procuring entity, central office, regional office, district engineering office. If they divided the contract into smaller quantities and amount para mag-fall halimbawa doon po sa district office, just an example, that could be considered splitting of contract para ma-avoid yung requirement na dapat ito ay dito siya or yung approving authority dapat si ganito. Dinivide para ang approving authority ay bumaba. So may mga ganun po, may mga ganun pong requirements to circumvent the requirements of law. So there are requirements of law or issuances which they did that for the purpose of avoiding that. So kahit nag-public bidding, it could still be considered splitting of contract. So tingnan po natin yan. Okay po?
Next question po. Assuming that lahat ng bidders for a certain procurement ay not registered in PhilJeps, pwede po ba mag-award?
Bidding po ba ito? Kasi nakalagay lahat ng bidders for certain procurement. let's assume hindi po ito bidding, ano po, ito ay alternative methods of procurement. Again, sorry pa, let me drink water. So alternative methods of procurement po, mayroon po tayong registration number. So, sinasabi po natin kanina na yung pong submission ng registration number ay pwede po prior to award. So, sagot po dyan, hindi ka pwedeng mag-award kung wala pong compliance doon sa required PhilJEP's registration number. Unlike po before, na meron pong condition po tayo, na-mention ko nga po sa inyo na pag tiningnan nyo po sa Appendix A ng ating pong IRR, meron pa pong wording doon na prior to payment. So meaning, pwede kang mag-award, i-require mo prior to payment. However, na-mention ko din po kanina that has already been amended by the GPPB sometime in 2017. At ang pinakahuli na po na maaaring isubmit po itong requirement is prior to award. So the answer is hindi pwede kang mag-award kung hindi siya nakapag-comply, particularly ng PhilJEP's registration number.
Last question po. Yung direct purchase of POL, kailangan pa ba ng back resolution duly approved by the HOPE na ang specific office or department ang magawa ng direct purchase? Ano ba ang kailangan na documents for direct purchase of POL?
Ang unang kailangan ng na dokumento diyan ay APP. So dapat nasa APP at nakalagay doon yung modality na direct purchase of POL. Okay, so generally ito po ay gagawin ng BAC. At na-mention nga po dito ay may be done by an appropriate a person o ganon. So kailangan po na magkaroon po ng BAC resolution approved by the HOPE kung sino-sino ang maaaring pwedeng mag-direct retail purchase para po malinaw sa ating lahat. Baka naman po pag wala po tayo at kahit sino na lang na empleyado ng munisipyo ang magde-direct retail purchase ay maabuso po. So it's very important na bibigyan po ng authority kung sino man ang official or office concerned ang allowed na mag-direct retail purchase ng POL products.
And that concludes the open forum. If you have more questions, you may still ask them out even after this webinar by visiting slido.com. All you have to do is just type in the event code Government Procurement PH, to which the GPPB TSO will answer through an issuance or through FAQs. With that, we would like to thank our resource speaker, Director De Vera, for graciously accepting our invitation to be part of this online training.
My pleasure, Miss Janelle. Maraming salamat po sa lahat po ng participants na nandito po sa Zoom. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you din po sa opportunity na nabigay po sa akin para po makapagpaliwanag. At sana po naliwanagan po tayo. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat.
Thank you po, sir, once again. For our winners, please check your messages. Our event secretariat will contact you on how you can claim your tokens. Before we end our program, allow me to give a quick recap on our session for today. We have an in-depth learning discussion about the various alternative methods of procurement and appropriate use of alternative methods of procurement based on the prescribed condition, procedures, and requirements. Again, today's session is led by Director De Vera. Thank you so much, sir, for accommodating us. So before we end today's session, allow me to make a few final reminders. We would like to remind again our Zoom participants to please register to the online training management system of the GPPB TSO by visiting the link and using the control number emailed to you by our event secretariat. We would also like to remind the participants to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance sheet through Google Forms by visiting the link shared to you by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat box. Rest assured that all information gathered for this online training shall be treated with utmost confidentiality with the provisions of Data Privacy Act. Finally, for tomorrow's session, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 a.m. and we would like to request everyone to log in at the Zoom platform at least 10 minutes before the program. The Zoom credentials are likewise emailed to you by our event secretariat. Before saying our goodbyes, may I request everyone to please open their cameras for a group photo opportunity. So we will be taking 2 photos po. In my count po, smile. 1, 2, 3. Next po. In my count po, please open your cameras po. 1, 2, 3. That's it, and that concludes the 4th day of the online training for municipal local government units on Republic Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations for batch 2. This has been your facilitator, Janelle de la Cruz. Mabuhay and stay safe. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you po.